Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and we are examining what is possibly the greatest sporting event in the history of mankind, Rollerjam. For those who are uninitiated into this late 90s, early 2000s, spectacle of sport unlike anything ever seen before or since. A blending of the finest athletes, the fastest on rollerblades, and a whole bunch of mayhem. Basically pro wrestling, but real on blades. I mean, this is just absolute and utter insanity. Welcome everyone joining us for this groundbreaking podcast, the most in-depth examination of what is possibly the greatest sport of all time. Now, how this only lasted a mere 2 seasons. There might have been a third season. I forget how they calculated the seasons, but I think it was broadcast for 2 main seasons. I don't know if it went to a different network for the third. But this was utter insanity. I mean, is anything more entertaining than a roller jam? Let's set the stage here with some quick clips and compilations. And I have actually dug up some incredible footage from this sport. I mean, it's quite the feminist sport, actually. I mean, women are treated pretty much as equals by the men in physical confrontations. I mean, I don't know why it wasn't more popular with feminists. I mean, as feminism grew more popular into the 2010s, it seems like a lot of the mainstream media, like pro wrestling and all these other spectacles of sport, moved away from embracing feminism and true equality between men and women. It's kind of weird. So welcome to all the usual suspects here. Lord Zed, Aaron, Rodney Thomas, Flat Bob, South to West, Clark Rice. Wonder if Dave Scott's going to be in tonight. The man who defeated Chuck Norris. That's how he got his wrench in the chat. Heracles here. Les Xylophone. Les Xylophone said, didn't we watch the dude suplexing his ex-wife? Or was I watching that on a reel somewhere? We're going to get to a lot. We're going to get to what I believe is unrivaled entertainment sports spectacle here. I mean, this is like modern Roman Colosseum, but possibly even more entertaining. I mean, this level of bread and circus, I don't think we've ever seen before. And here in MINDSHOCK, it's going to be a logical, comprehensive, exhaustive examination with non-stop receipts. As always, if you find the podcast interesting and informative, want to help support the podcast, want to help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, as evident by Rollerjam currently not being broadcast on every single channel on network television. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting them, you can become a free patron on Patreon. The free tier will give you all of the updates. You can also check us out on Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. And you can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube to help support the channel that way. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Or if you are with us here live in the live chat, I'll try to get to all of them. All right. So, let's set the stage with some clips first. And then we'll do another quick breakdown. I've covered this incredible sport on some of the live Q&As. We've watched some clips on the live Q&As, but this is the exhaustive deep dive where we'll be going over it all, including some footage that might have not seen the light of day since its initial airtime in 99, 2000, 2001. So here is a promo to set the stage here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fastest, most exciting sport on wheels, Rollerjam. Rollerjam is the 21st century reincarnation of roller derby, one of the most popular sports of the 1970s. But this is definitely not your father's roller derby.
You might begin your tour here.
What a promo. Has anybody seen a more chill, goosebump inducing promotion of a sport in the history of television? Oh man, I don't think I have. We have to go over that almost in slow motion for the level of ferocity in that promo here. I mean, again, for anybody thinking this is fake, so pro wrestling, I don't know if I'd call pro wrestling fake per se. Predetermined outcomes, yes, but in terms of taking some huge bumps for real, I mean, I actually have a podcast on Is Pro Wrestling Fake here on the Bruce McGuire channel, the home of MINDSHOCK. You can check that out. But, yeah, for Rollerjam, it looks like it's all real. I mean, there were even drop kicks with rollerblades here. I mean, it all happened so fast. Let's dissect this here. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. And this was the official promo, by the way. I mean, wow. This was the official promo. I don't know if it was the very first one. It might have been the very first promo. I've done a lot of research here. I've been scouring the ends of the interwebs to find clips. I mean, these are surprisingly hard to find. I mean, it was just too awesome. The level of awesomeness was just too high for this. A lot of it has been scrubbed from the internet. Also, they look like they were just having so much fun. Yeah, it doesn't look fake to me. Look at this. Is this a quadruple hair pull? Is this like a rhombus type hair pull situation? This is a rhombus hair pull situation. Oh, man. Oh. And it's not like the wrestling ring now. For anybody that's been inside a pro wrestling ring, it's actually not soft by any stretch of the imagination. But the canvas does have air underneath it. So it's not like hitting cement here. Like this kind of paved surface. I mean, this has gotta hurt. I mean, that's gotta hurt. Look at that fast reaction. You don't jump over people. I mean, that would have hurt real bad. Look at this butt bump of death. Look at that. Look at this monstrous. Look at the hang time this guy got on his dive roll. Look at this. I mean, this is crazy. Look at this roll here coming up. And it's right here. It's right after this. Look at that. Oh. And what was that right there? Like, that was kind of weird. That opponent just punched her right in the chest. Right in the flotation device. Look at that. Oh, man. That was a vicious punch in the flotation device. Or in the cone, as someone in the chat here would have said. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Wethaland says rhombohedral hairball. Yeah, previously. I mean, they're punching flotation devices here. I mean, and look at these brawls. I mean, they look totally legit. Oh, man. Oh, that's a rough one. They didn't show the landing, but... Oh, man. Oh. Imagine getting suplexed on a hard roller derby surface. I mean, there is no give. I mean, we've watched this before in slow motion. Oh, man. Look at that bulldog. Now, the helmet does not protect the front of the face. The helmet does not protect the front of the face that just got propelled straight into the roller surface. The roller derby surface there. I mean, that has gotta hurt. It's gotta hurt for the guy doing the bulldog, too, because, I mean, it's not like they're wearing, football pads or anything. I mean, they're wearing spandex. That's like, that's not gonna really give much cushion. Oh, look at this drop kick to the spine. Look at this drop kick to the spine with rollerblades. I mean, is this not the most incredible sport ever televised? If somebody had told you they do rollerblade drop kicks, I mean, look, I'm a pro wrestling fan, but I don't know if I would watch pro wrestling over this. I mean, this has everything that pro wrestling has on, but plus rollerblades, plus it looks like it's actually real. I mean, how do you fake something like this? How do you fake something like that? I mean, this is absolute insanity. I mean, is anything more entertaining on television today, or even then, than this? And I like how these, like, centerfold spreads are part of the official promo. I mean, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, they genuinely seem to have fun out there, though. That's the other thing, too. It's like I think pro wrestlers did have fun back in through the 90s, early 2000s. I mean, watching pro wrestling now, I mean, it's not completely unwatchable. I mean, it looks like they're just there for a paycheck, and they're just so... And even the people that aren't, they just have no charisma. Clark Rice in the chat says, slipping into the jacuzzi tub, just watching makes my spine hurt. I've actually never seen anybody get drop kicked in the spine with rollerblades. I mean, all in the middle of an actual roller derby course. Like, this wasn't like it was off to the side. This is as they're rollerblading. I mean, this is just utter insanity. Let's do a quick, I've read this before, but I'll just do the quick wiki synopsis here right before we get to more fun stuff. Rollerjam is an American television series featuring roller derby that aired on the Nashville network TNN, now Paramount Network, from 1999 to 2001. It was the first attempt to bring roller derby to TV since Roller Games, which we've actually, I went over that briefly. Roller Games was kind of awesome too, and Roller Games aired September 16th, 1989 to 1990, so not a long period of time either. I'll probably do a follow-up podcast on roller games as well, but Rollerjam's where it's at for now. Rollerjam was derived from the original roller derby, but newer skaters used inline skates to modernize the sport. Several skaters, mostly older ones, used the traditional quad skates. So it wasn't a requirement to be on blades. You could still use the older roller skates if you want. The program was taped at Universal Studios Stage 21 in Orlando, Florida, known as Rollerjam Arena, and now the Impact Wrestling Zone. For the first and second seasons, 99-2000, and the former American Gladiators Arena in the show's final season. The first few weeks of the show's second season, which ran from August to October 99, were taped at the MGM Grand, Las Vegas. I mean, this was quite the, they must have had a decent budget to do this. Creation Rollerjam was the brainchild of Knoxville, Tennessee-based television writers Ross K. Bagwell Sr. and Stephen Land. What a name. Stephen Land? I wonder if Ross K. Bagwell Sr. was related to Buff Bagwell, the pro wrestler. I don't know if Buff Bagwell was his real name, though. Oh, well, his real last name is Bagwell. His real name is Marcus Alexander Bagwell. Interesting. Okay, anyway. Land, a boyhood fan of roller derby, was inspired to bring the sport back to television by an obituary for roller derby legend Joan Weston that he had read in the New York Times May 97 and shared the idea with Bagwell, his mentor, who gave him a positive response. So I guess we owe all of Rollerjam to Joan Weston. Between January 99 and January 2001, Bagwell and Land, under the name Page Boy Entertainment, collaborated with CBS to stage this new televised revival of roller derby. In May 98, Bagwell and Land pitched their idea to the Nashville network, TNN. The network agreed to air the show, but wanted it ready by the new year, forcing Bagwell and Land to create a league, recruit skaters, build a track, design logos and uniforms, hire a television crew, and record the program all in a span of about 7 months. Can you believe that the spectacle of Rollerjam was all created within 7 months? I mean, not only is this the greatest sport of all time, but it was all put together in a span of 7 months. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, this is really, really crazy. Flat Bob says, quad skates suck. I hate them. I don't even remember. I have roller skated on quad skates, but that was so long ago, I can't even remember it. I just remember rollerblades now. I actually rollerbladed not that long ago. I mean, it's been more than a year, but it has not been a decade. Man, we got to bring back rollerblading en masse. I actually went over rollerblading and a cool rollerblading documentary on one of the live Q&As. Maybe we'll get to some of that later as well. In an attempt to build continuity between Rollerjam and the previous roller derby incarnations, Bagwell and Land hired Jerry Seltzer, the son of roller derby creator Leo Seltzer, to be commissioner of their new league. So look at this official pedigree being established in this sport. I mean, this is truly incredible. The first episode of the show was taped in November 98, a week after Thanksgiving. Overview: Rollerjam featured several teams of skaters competing in the fictional World Skating League, or, I mean, is it actually fictional if they're actually doing it? Jerry Seltzer served as on-screen WSL commissioner, although he only made a few appearances. The initial teams, each consisting of 7 men and 7 women, were the New York Enforcers, the California Quakes, the Florida Sundogs, what a name, and the Nevada Hot Dice, another great name, the Texas Rustlers, and the Illinois Riot. The original names of the latter 3 teams were the Vegas High Rollers, the Texas Twisters, and the Illinois Inferno. Their names were changed prior to the start of the first season. 2 notable veterans from roller games, Rockin' Ray Robles and Latin Spitfire Patsy Delgado, were featured in the second season of Rollerjam. Despite strong funding and 4 seasons of broadcasts on TNN, the venture never became a live attraction. Fabricated storylines and characters in the mode of professional wrestling were being featured more than actual competitive skating around season 3 and 4, raising the ire of many skaters and fans of legitimate roller derby. Well, here's the thing. Roller derby's awesome, but injecting some storylines, I mean, that just makes it more fun, and it looks like all the actual pro wrestling moves were done for real. So that's kind of awesome. For people who don't believe that, we'll be examining more of that. We've examined this on some of the live Q&As. This is the first dedicated podcast to Rollerjam. The rule sheets, periods. Games were played in 4 7-minute periods with as many as 60-second jams as possible. Women skated odd-numbered periods, and the men skated the even-numbered periods. In traditional roller derby, the game has 8 12-minute periods, again with 60-second jams. Jams began and ended on the referee's whistle, and a buzzer sounded to reinforce this. Skaters. Whereas traditional derby employs a pivot skater, Rollerjam did not use one. Instead, each team had 3 blockers, each wearing a white helmet, and 2 jammers, each wearing a black helmet with red stripes. Inline skates were legalized in an attempt to modernize the sport, but certain skaters still opted to use the quad skates. Jams. In seasons 1 and 2, the game was played like traditional derby in that the first jam began from the black start-finish line, while the skaters had to continuously skate until a timeout was called or the period ended. In seasons 3 and 4, this changed to every single jam starting from a standstill start from the black line. In either case, jammers had to start from the back of the pack, the whole group, and work their way through, with the first jammer to break out winning the status of lead jammer. The skaters then got 1 point for every opponent they successfully lapped. The lead jammer could cut off the jam early by placing their hands on their hips. The last jam of the last period always went the full minute, regardless of what the period clock showed. All right, so fairly straightforward, although it didn't always play out that way with all the shenanigans going on, but penalties. At the referee's discretion, skaters would sit in a penalty box for violating the rules for various reasons, such as fighting. Well, sometimes they were actually fighting with the refs, and we'll get into some of those clips, from 1 to 2 jams, or face immediate disqualification ejection from the game. Skaters frequently racked up these penalties and were willing to take it if they felt it would bring them a moral victory. Winning. The team with the most points won the game. I mean, that's tough. If the game was tied in regulation, originally the genders would continue to alternate in sudden death overtime periods until there was a clear winner. As this could go on for a considerable and indefinite period of time, it was soon replaced one skater from each team facing off in a tiebreaker match race, 5 laps around the track. Whoever crossed the finish line first won the game for their team. Special features. In addition, special features which were not directly part of the matches, which occasionally pop up. Halftime match races, usually played between 2 or more skaters to either settle a score with another rival skater or to compete for the Jammer title belt. Another unique concept was that Rollerjam had special games, races, and competitions in certain episodes, such as the Rollerjam All-Star Game. Last man standing type games, a tiebreaker when both teams have equal points by the final period and have to compete in a no time limit, no penalty game in a team variation of Battle Royale to determine a winner. So I guess that's where a lot of the clips came from, where there's no penalties, because some of the clips we watched, people were kind of asking, like, what's the point of the refs? So I guess a lot of these crazy clips were taken from the last man standing portion. The objection of the tiebreaker is for skaters of both teams to eliminate the opposing skaters by knocking them over the rails or in the infield of the track until one team wins, earning the winning team 15 points. Now imagine you sign up for Rollerjam thinking it's regular roller derby, and then you read the contract and there's a last man standing type match. I mean that's crazy. That's crazy. So, continuing the rules here, men and women demolition derby. You heard that right. Demolition derby, and yes, people, I've found some footage. A special contest in the vein of the Royal Rumble, where the WSL skaters compete in separate interval contests, both assigned for male and female skaters, which starts with 3 or 4 skaters on the track. A new skater enters the track every 20 or 14 seconds in the order voted by the fans at the Rollerjam website. Look at this interactivity brought to the table by this sport. The contest continues until all the skaters except the winner have been eliminated by either being knocked over the rails or into the track's infield. Table race. And yes, you heard that correctly. Just when you thought this sport couldn't get more entertaining, skaters race 4 laps while avoiding crashing into the 2 tables set up on the track to evade elimination from the race. And yes, people, I have found footage of this as well. Nightgown or lingerie races, similar to bra and panties match, where the female skaters are dressed up in their outfits and must race 4 laps without getting their outfits stripped, destroyed, or getting themselves knocked off the track, resulting in elimination from the race. We actually watched one of these on one of the live Q&As. Absolutely bonkers stuff. Fastest man or woman on skates race, 5 matches of 1 jammer skater from each team racing each other on the track, 7 laps. The first jammer crossing the finish line wins the race. Quad race. The winner keeps the quad skates. Loser wears inline skates for the rest of the season. So these were like special stipulation type races. Oh, man. Crazy, crazy stuff. Actors. 3 of the most notable actors featured in Rollerjam were veteran movie actor Tom Nowicki, who played the dual role of WSL General Manager Kenneth Lodge III, and Sundogs manager Leonard Lodge III. Cindy Moran, who played Amanda Hertz, the manager of the Nevada Hot Dice. Former ESPN and current CBS Sports Network play-by-play commentator James Bates, who played the Prophet. A character in Season 4 who would interrupt games to make speeches and later manage the Sundogs, and stage actress and former Mouseketeer Lindsay Alley, who played Lisa Seltzer, the granddaughter of Leo Seltzer. Other characters included Julie Amazon, a bodybuilding skater in Season 4, Canine and Disable, wow, great names, Cain and Abel, K9 and Disable. Minions of the Prophet who skated for the Sundogs. I mean, this already has more creativity than pro wrestling. And okay. Devo, a convict character who skated for the Hot Dice. Little Nasty, a midget who was a sidekick to Tim Washington. And El Numero, a masked luchador who skated for the Enforcers. Wow. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right. So, who's ready? I mean, I don't even know where to start here. I'll put up a short promo. I'll put up a promo here for Inside Rollerjam. We're actually going to watch the whole thing, but I'm going to put the commercial first. Then we're going to go through a couple of just crazy clips just to set the stage, and then we'll go through the entire documentary Inside the Rollerjam. But this is just the promo for it to get everybody ready for what is probably the most entertaining sport in the history of mankind.
They're tough.
Here's the only rule. Watch your ass.
Fearless.
Shut up and win at all costs.
And indestructible.
I've had 2 concussions.
They're the modern-day warriors on wheels known as bluffers and jammers.
My satisfaction is just to hit people.
And they've taken what was once a fading fad
I grew up watching roller derby.
and put it back on track.
You mean something to so many people.
Inside Rollerjam, the E! Original Special, this Sunday at 8.
Okay, let's break this down here. Oh, man. Oh, man, we got knee drops here. And shout out to that cameraman. Look at that old-style TV camera. And that cameraman, I mean, he's got to be aware of just his surroundings at all times. I mean, to get some of these angles, I mean, we really got to shout out to some of these cameramen. I mean, they are the true heroes, because without them, we wouldn't even have any of this spectacular footage. Oh, man. Oh. What is going on here? Oh, that was vicious. Oh, man, we got trash cans. Okay, let's listen to this clip. Look how happy she is. Look how absolutely overjoyed this woman is at her injuries.
At all costs.
And indestructible.
I've had 2 concussions. I've had 2 concussions. I've had 2 concussions.
They're
I've had 2 concussions.
Has anyone seen anyone this happy? This absolutely overjoyed? I mean, she is absolutely beaming at the accomplishment of having 2 concussions. And that was at the time this was recorded. Who knows how many she racked up afterwards. Flat Bob in the chat saying, the only problem is with all of today's fruitcake and snowflake fruitcake. I haven't heard fruitcake generation, but that's funny. Snowflake generation, I don't think any would even attempt to play. There might be a couple. I mean, they're still parkour guys, right? Look at all those parkour guys jumping between buildings. I mean, they're pretty cool. Lord Zed says Vin Diesel should make a roller jam. Vin Diesel's way too fat for that, especially now. Man, there's some crazy Vin Diesel Hollywood Illuminati stories. We got to go over those on a podcast. But okay, anyway. I mean, again, look how happy this woman is to have experienced not 1, but 2 concussions at the time of this interview. At the time of the... I mean, she's absolutely overjoyed. Is it possible for her to be more happy? Everybody look at the screen now. Is it possible for a human being to experience more joy than this? And I don't think she's acting. Does anybody think she's acting? I wonder how she's doing today with all those concussions. Is there CTE involved? Welcome, Rethink Inc. Alright, let's go through the definitive Rollerjam compilation, which I've gone over before, but let's do it again.
Speaking of mental illness, Kenneth Logue's luxury skybox. Speaking of mental illness, Kenneth Logue's luxury skybox. She was having a good time talking about it, but Amanda didn't think too much of it, did she? Matthews off her back, and Blitch sets up, and Blitch takes Matthews down, and I mean hard. That happened on the other end of the track, and we can hear it, and now Timber. Oh, look out. If they're all like this, you'll never get there.
No, you can't take that kind of abuse through a whole season, and then what follows it up to with the timber, like you said, Roy. There you go.
Full weight right down on her back. Conomac and Matthews are tooth and nail. Oh, Jamie
Blowing in the air there.
So did Shea Brown. He's out of there? No, because Shea Brown railed her.
To give edge, Conomac.
Although you wouldn't know it by that, would you?
No, you're right.
Obviously can block as well as Jan, but now she's going to get dumped by Conomac. That's all they gave her. Too white. But here's a big play by the Quakes. Stacy Blitch and Conomac just dragging her by the head just about.
I've been talking to a lot of cool people online, a lot of females, you know, guys a little bit, but actually, I've been talking to a guy in prison.
Stay with you that was in prison has even practiced with your team?
He don't need a practice, man.
It's Mo Sanders. I think his stamina will be to bed. He's that good. Look at that. You talk about good. Oh, my goodness. What a call. Me too, Jason. You're not getting by without a fight. Oh, look at Atkinson work him over. Oh, did you hear that collision? And look, now there's the convict, Devo. He's out up in his seat, and his job, obviously, is to take care of Atkinson. Oh, man. Being stars right now. Did you hear that, Mark?
Oh, God, you see it.
What hits? Sanders, look, usually he's gabbing, he's talking, he's bragging, but oh, look at that collision. Devo, where did he come from? Oh, I'd like to send him back wherever he was.
I win. I keep the belt, and you stay away from my sister.
I'm accepting your challenge because I've been hunting you down for the longest. We're going to do this.
Race between Jason McDaniel and Mo Sanders. If they wanted to, that didn't mean much. It's like the early stages of a great horse race. And there's a
playing the first half of this game. And look, what's Mo Sanders doing?
Oh, he's taking the jersey off. He's ripping his orange hot dice jersey off. Sanders has done it. He's got that jersey, and look out, Mo. Oh! Here comes McDaniel again. He uses the jersey. Here comes McDaniel again. Is right. Oh, they both go over the rail.
Is anybody else thinking this is fake? I mean, this is absolutely brutal stuff. I mean, it's even chair shots without the helmets on. I mean, this is absolutely brutal stuff. We're going to go over this video again. I'm just going to let it play through so everybody can absorb it, and then we'll go through and dissect.
They're both off the track, trying to unbuckle Jason McDaniel's skates. Jason's kicking, trying to get away from him. He did it. He did it. You you say anything goes in a match race. Jason's trying to skate like a skateboarder on one, but he's not going to be able to catch him.
Roy, he does not need to do that. What is Mo Sanders doing? That should not count. Taking his skate off. That's ridiculous.
He wanted to argue with success or with the logic that he used. And look at this man go flying. Can she get through there? Oh, she held him up long enough for Konomak to go underneath. Call off the jam, and that was a great example, an illustration of team. And now goes up high on the track to pick up a whole bunch of points. Sneaks down low and calls it off. That's skating. That's tremendous skating by Jennifer Matthews.
You know what, though? Jenny Matthews, the great move she did. She stole the leg whip from the Quakes just did. Great move by Jenny Matthews.
4 hot dice points. The Quakes did get 1. The fight continues. Konomak and Matthews finally going at it for Jason McDaniel, though, because he lost his jammer's belt to Mo Sanders.
And it just got worse.
He just went down. He have enough to whip Slopey through there. Yes, underneath he goes, and then ducks under him to avoid the punishment. And Atkinson inflicts the punishment on Weber and Davidson. I think he's by like it's nothing, and then gives him the ring of fire. Wow! Skates on the rail, and now McDaniel's taking it out on the track.
Man, you can tell he has some anger built up. He lost the belt, he lost his sister, and now he's taking it out on the Quakes.
Well, he and Weber have always been a tremendous chest-to-chest with 1 jam left to go. He turns around and takes 2 of them down. That enables Slopey to get it. He's a jammer. If he can get through there, ooh, collision with Weber. Takes Weber over the rail, and Atkinson lands on top of him. Slopey skates the rail and gets 5 points. What a great play by Eric Slopey to win it.
In all that mayhem, he had enough line to get up on the rail and get by. Great play by Slopey.
Oh, my. Something you've never seen before, and we just did. Slopey skates the rail, jumps off, and gets the game-winning point. Tremendous job by Eric Slopey. Thanks for being with us tonight, everybody. Remember, it's trash night. Take your can out. 24-19, the Quakes win.
Oh, yeah! How do I get my skate out of your ass? How do I get my skate out of your ass?
I mean, wow. Has anybody seen anything more entertaining than this? I mean, wow. Oh, man. Heracles says, I think it's fake and that they plan who will win or lose and probably rehearse the takedown. I'm not even sure if they do. Does it matter who wins or loses? I mean, maybe they do, but I mean, there's no, I really don't think they could practice that much, because how would they even know? Because with 7 people, they wouldn't even necessarily know who's going to end up where at which point in the circuit, right? I mean, that's just too much. I mean, unless they all practice with everyone, but I mean, some of these, it doesn't look like they did it that many times either. I mean, there's not really repeats. It's not like pro wrestling where these people have finishers and stuff. I mean, these are just wild skirmishes, and most of them look like one-offs. Like, these situations don't look like they ever repeat, so I don't know how would you even train for all this stuff. Clark Rice says, I haven't laughed so hard in a long time, but I've got 2 concussions. Oh, man, I'm gonna have to add that to the rotation of clips. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, so let's break down some of these, let's break down some of this, and then I'm going to be getting into some clips we haven't seen yet, even on the live Q&As. Oh, she didn't even protect her. That looks kind of like a hard shot. What is that? Some kind of a binder book? That looks pretty robust. That looks kind of hefty. That looks kind of hefty. Oh, man. That looked brutal. That looked absolutely brutal. I mean, when you add in the speed of them just racing plus doing the pro wrestling moves, I don't even know how you would practice that. I mean, look at that. That's some kind of light spandex. That's not going to absorb anything. I mean, there's no give on that track. I mean, I don't know how you practice any of this stuff. She's not even looking at, like, the girl on the bottom, she's not even, she doesn't even know when she's going to get hit. And look, there was no give whatsoever. Oh, oh man, this is absolutely brutal. Oh, there was no give whatsoever there. Because in pro wrestling, I mean, if you watch pro wrestling, they're constantly kind of protecting themselves, not just selling the other person's maneuver, but they're protecting themselves in certain ways to absorb impact. There's none of that here. I mean, she didn't even have her arms. I mean, even if she had, I mean, you're not going to put your arms under your helmet there. I mean, there's really nothing you can do. Like, a lot of these falls, like, look, they're not even cushioning themselves. They're literally bouncing off the track. I mean, there's really, I don't even know if you, like, how would you even practice this? I mean, maybe, yeah, I don't even know, like, I don't even know. I mean, this looks completely real to me. I'm 100% sold. I'm 100% sold on all of this. Now, some of the, obviously, like, you know, some of these manufactured, these beefs could be manufactured. Although, from what I've read of some of the interviews, even the beefs weren't really manufactured. Like, some of these people just don't like each other. Clark says, this is the best example of fair use I've ever seen, but then I've had 2 concussions. Did I mention that? Oh, man. Also, the way they lay down after getting hit, it looks real to me. And how do you practice these kinds of falls over the railing? I mean, you could break it. Look at this bounce. Look at that bounce. You don't see that in pro wrestling, because in pro wrestling they do practice flying out of the ring. But look at this bounce here. It looks like she was trying to kind of land on her feet, but she was too out of control, too much momentum. And look at this bounce right here. Oh, that looks exactly like someone who has not practiced that. Like, same thing with it, that you can die. Like, there's no way they're practicing this and dragging her on her head. I mean, that's insane. And I don't think that's ever been done again. I don't remember seeing, this is the only time I remember seeing anything like that. It looks like they're trying to slam her and flip her hard, but again, that kind of looks like they haven't practiced that. Now they got some inmate on roller skate. They should have that cop in there. And look at these shoulder checks, too. I mean, these are just brutal. Like, how do you fake that? I mean, they're coming in with so much power. I mean, they got knee pads and elbow pads, but there's no shoulder pads. Oh, that looked hard. I mean, there's no shoulder. Look at that. Look at that elbow right to the face. Now, he did get his arms up in time, but again, does that look like... Oh, man, that's just... Look at the way they fall here. I mean, it's completely uncontrollable. He could have easily kicked them in the head with the rollerblade or in the throat. Like, there's no control whatsoever there. This looks exactly like guys who have not practiced this. I mean, somebody could have died. Flat Bob says, you could totally script it. I mean, it's for entertainment, but again, even if it is, I love it, it's hardcore. I'm sure there were, I'm sure like a lot of the speeches and stuff in the in-between segments were scripted. Yeah, I'm totally sure of that. And I'm totally sure that there were certain aspects scripted, but I'm talking about like when everybody's jamming and just, and going full speed, like some of these look like totally random attacks. And And again, it kind of looks like maybe they did practice this stuff, but it looks like they didn't. Like, even that, he brought his arms up, but then by the time that chair comes in, his arms are already down. So it looks like he tried to block the chair with his arms, but he's going too fast. Like, think about how fast they're going here. Like, he's going so fast, he thinks the chair's going to hit him, but by the time it comes, look, his arms aren't even on his head. It looks like and look at his blades, he's already off his feet. Like, how do you practice something like that? I mean, it genuinely looked like he tried to defend himself the best he could, but he really didn't. And look at these. Some of these are just from the back where like, he hit his own guy there. Like, how is that scripted? He tried to hit the other guy, but he ended up hitting his own guy. Pretty hard. Oh, that was totally vicious. I mean, I guess that could be scripted. I mean, he seems like a scripted character for sure, unless they didn't tell the other people. I mean, that was really stiff. Keep in mind, like I said, I've watched a lot of pro wrestling here, so I can compare pretty well. Like, most of the pro wrestling stuff, they're defending themselves and they're selling. They're making their opponent look like they hurt them. And, of course, the canvas has a lot of give. There's no give here. Look at that. He took out his own guy. I mean, that's some of the stiffest clotheslining I have ever seen. It also doesn't look like he's holding back. Like, in pro wrestling, when you watch some of the punches and stiff arms in pro wrestling, they're clearly, like, they're going fast at the beginning, and then they're pulling back for the impact. And they're relying on the other guy to... Like, there's no pullback here. Like, he literally decapitated... Like, he looked like he was trying to decapitate him. He literally took him off his feet. Look. And the second guy, he didn't take him off his feet. So it almost looks like... I don't know, did they not tell these guys about the guy? Because he's totally a scripted character. But that was the hardest double clothesline I have ever seen in my life. There was no pullback whatsoever on that. Now, I don't know, maybe they did tell the guys, like, this guy's going to be clotheslining you. But, because look at that. Like, the second guy, if it was scripted and they were trying to make it look more powerful, it seems like they would take their feet. Like, you see how the first guy, it looks like he's just taken off his feet by sheer force, whereas the second guy is hit slightly later. But look, that's on the throat, too. I mean, that's across the throat. And he's not trying to sell. Like, the second guy's not trying to sell. If you want to argue, the first guy is, which is why he lifted his feet. But it looks like that was just pure physics at work there. Let's watch it in regular speed. And look at the bounce off the track. The bounce off the track is crazy. I mean, this is absolutely insane. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's scripted in the sense they say, oh, this guy's going to double clothesline you. But those guys did not look prepared to take it. And he did not pull back on the clothesline at all. So he was really trying to hurt him with the clothesline, whether it was planned or not. I mean, this is crazy. Clark Rice says, agree entirely. Scripted storyline, rudimentary talk through, then go live. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to just invite this convict guy but without telling the other people. I mean, just look at the bodies bounce off the track. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, this is just absolutely crazy. Flap-Up says, I think the narrative for which team is going to win is probably scripted, but the action on the track is all organic. I mean, I'm not even sure. Like, would it even matter who wins? Like, why would they need to script who wins? They might do a pro wrestling style promos like, oh, if this team scores more points. Because I'm not sure. I'm really not sure they would have scripted who won, because, I mean, they're circling the track so fast for it to be predetermined. Like, they would have to hold back on their skating, right? Because they can't have the people lap and score points. So if and how do they script that many hits? Like, nobody knows where anybody's going to be, because, I mean, they have to skate. They have to constantly skate around the track. So I think they might just prepare promos for whoever wins and then go off of that, but I don't know. Big Pine Sailing says, scripted practice, pre-planned, doesn't matter, they're really doing it. Well, yeah, here's the thing, too, because if they it doesn't look like they practiced this. It looks like they're like, because in pro wrestling, you can clearly see that they practiced it and they take safety precautions. And there's a lot of faking the hits. I don't see any faking here. I mean, that first guy can't even move. We got this Dennis Rodman wannabe. He's pretty cool. Like, I'm sure this is all scripted and faked and all this promo stuff. And when there's only two guys doing a skate-off, like a race, yeah, maybe they fake that. Because it's only the two guys. But when it's a full team, like, how do you, I don't know. It seems like it'd be kind of complicated. Like, this might have totally been scripted, maybe. A flying butt bump. Although, I'm not even sure about that. Like, would you risk like, I don't know. I mean, it looked like he hit him kind of hard there, too. Maybe not as hard as he could, but that doesn't look like a pro wrestling punch. And he's spiking him on his head by the shirt. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there wasn't, like, they're not really trying to kill each other, because then they would just, like, stomp on the throat with the rollerblade. So I'm sure they're trying to be cognizant of, okay, we're really not going to try to absolutely kill the individual. But it's like a real fight in high school or something where you want to hurt the guy, but you don't want to kill the guy because you don't want to go to jail. I mean, look at that. You think they faked that? Like, he didn't even use his arms to absorb the... Like, he just took that right on the spine. And also, like, notice, like, in pro wrestling, I've watched a lot of pro wrestling. The guy that's getting attacked or slammed, he can clearly see his opponent come up, like, what his opponent is doing for timing, and they even give, either sound cues of, like, stomping a foot, or tapping their leg, or even verbal cues. Here, a lot of these attacks, it looks like the person they're attacking doesn't even see them. Like, he's not looking at him. He doesn't know he's there. And he just pulled out his legs there. And that's not that vicious or anything, but the point is, it looked like he couldn't see when he came up on him. Like, even there, he wasn't looking, like, look how do you fake this? Like, you could literally kill somebody doing this. He could have easily landed on his neck and got paralyzed. Like, I don't think they're practicing that. Like, there's no way to control that at that speed on blades. Heracles says, I was really good on skates and you couldn't offer me enough money to try this. I don't know. A young me might have actually probably enjoyed this. Clark Rice says, Rollerjam was way ahead of its time. Rethink Inc. says, wasn't Rollerjam in the movie Running Man, or was that like a suicide obstacle course? Actually, wait a second. Did Running Man, was that ice hockey? Was that hockey? I think there was a hockey scene. It wasn't rollerblades, it was hockey, I think. Kind of forget now. Yeah, I think it was hockey, wasn't it? Was it ice skates? Or was it roller hockey? Or was it actually ice hockey? I don't even remember now. I've seen Running Man so many times, and I'm totally blanking on this. Totally blanking. Yeah, I think it was ice. Heracles says I think it was ice too. Clark Rice says a reboot would kill in today's society. Yeah, we need a reboot of this immediately. Can you imagine the athleticism, like getting parkour guys into this? Because the parkour guys are flipping across buildings with no safety. I mean, it seems like they would be good for this if they learned how to, if they don't know how to rollerblade. I mean, this might have been scripted and pre-planned, but it might not have been. I mean, I don't know. Like, that's the thing. It's kind of hard to tell. Like, did he rip that guy's skate off? I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, look at this, though. I really wonder what happened here. You think this was scripted, or he really wanted to check him and he just juked him? Because he was going so fast as if he would really wanted to hurt him with the shoulder check. Okay, let's say it was scripted. I mean, look at that. He just took that right on his spine and tailbone. Look at that bounce. I mean, that was crazy. And look at some of these falls. Like, they're literally falling on top of each other. They don't even really do that in pro wrestling. Like, in pro wrestling, they have safety measures where you're not necessarily landing directly on top of your opponent on a canvas. And this is a really hard surface with no give here. Also, I don't know, call me crazy. Like, I don't think they're this good at acting. Like, you watch pro wrestling, they're obviously acting. Here, like, this almost looks like real athletes genuinely disliking each other and getting in each other's face. I mean, I don't know. I think they were actually given an order like, yeah, don't stomp on people's throats with the rollerblades, but pretty much anything else goes. Like, those guys didn't see the guy that came up. Like, how can you script it when you don't see the guy coming up behind you? Clark Rice says, I used to work the drop zone at airborne school. These concussions seem legit. Big Pine Sailing says, they do a good job hiding the padding and trampoline in that stage the guy dove onto. I don't think there was padding. Did you see the way the guy's body bounced? In pro wrestling, there's usually padding, and you can even see the padding in pro wrestling. They have, like, rubber mats and stuff all around. That guy bounced when he landed. Clark Rice says, the bounce causes the double concussions. It's a CTE nightmare. Well, not to mention all the damage to the bones and joints. Because when you bounce like that, like, there's no absorption. Like, if you watch pro wrestling, like, the bounce, the canvas has a lot of give. I mean, it still hurts. But the canvas isn't, it's not like solid pavement. So the bounce off the canvas is almost like a trampoline style bounce. Here we're getting like pavement, outdoor pavement style bounces where the bones and ligaments are just being destroyed. I mean, just look at the way they're landing on top of each other. Like, they're not even protecting their heads during these landings. Like, normally you would cover your head with your arms. Like, just watch the way they land. Like, they don't know the guy's there. Like, they put their hands down to cushion their own blow. This guy's falling. And look at the way he's falling. I mean, all of them are just bouncing out of control. And look at the way he's grabbing his wrist. I mean, that looks like a genuine injury there. I mean, this does not look like pro wrestling. This looks like genuine, absolutely genuine carnage here. The show was well, I don't know. I guess 4. I don't know how they count the seasons, because I think they counted it 2 different ways. It was broadcast for 2 seasons, but I think there were 4. But I don't know if there were 4 full seasons or just like 2 to 3 month style seasons that there were 4 of, and then they broadcasted it across 2 years, something like that. Flap Pop says, actually, if you look real hard, both guys in the Orge were looking to the side, so they definitely knew he was coming. Well, let's look at it again. Unless they looked earlier. Because, again, they would obviously be checking their surroundings. And yeah, he looked there to see how close they were. Yeah, that guy did too. Yeah, they see him there. Yeah, so, well, and look at this landing. There's no way anybody would plan to land like this. This is the most unsafe landing. Like, there's just no way. Now, I don't know if that look was because they planned it or I mean, you'd constantly be looking behind you while you're skating because you know people are going to attack you. So I don't know if that look was just the regular look. Because they knew they were coming, but at the moment that he jumps... Yeah, the guy on the right looked like he saw him jump, but the guy on the left didn't. And just look at the way they land here. I mean, could you land in a more unsafe fashion? Because again, like, look at all the guys. All the guys are constantly looking behind them. Look at this. Everybody's always looking all over the place. And then look, nothing happens to... Like, look at the guy in the orange... Yeah, hold on. Let's get a circle here. I mean, all the guys are always looking. Because, I mean, you're being attacked at all times. Like, how much of them looking has anything to do with things being planned? Because watch... Yeah, after these guys... Like, watch this guy... Watch this guy right here. He's constantly looking, this guy, and nothing happens to him. See? Nothing happens to him. But everybody's always constantly fighting, so of course you'd be looking everywhere. I mean, these guys were looking, everybody's looking. That doesn't mean, something was scripted or planned necessarily. The way they fell was, it just didn't look planned at all, the way that they fell. Silver Bear says, even if scripted, that jump and tackle is going to hurt compared to me sitting in a lazy boy. So Clark Ray says they know he's coming up from behind. Yes, they clearly do, but so does everybody at all times. Because look, everybody's always looking. Because everybody's getting mauled at all times. But it kind of looked like they didn't know what they were going to do. So they looked, so they knew something was going to happen. But also, look at how often they juke and dodge. So they look, and then they try to get out of the way, but... I mean, this is just absolute madness here. I mean, look at... Oh, man! That's just... Like, that does not look fake to me. This looks like hockey body checking or football. You know, just look at the power here. And they're not wearing shoulder pads. I mean, look at this. This is like a football smash right there. And they're only wearing elbow and knee pads and helmets. Not all the guys wear helmets or the helmets get knocked off. I mean, we've seen a lot of these clips, there's no helmet on the guy. That was brilliant. I mean, the timing on that is crazy. And then look how hard he falls on his own tailbone. So even if he maybe practiced that maneuver, I mean, it's just, there's really no safe way to do it. Yeah, these body checks are just vicious. I mean, absolutely vicious. And he didn't even put up an arm. Like, there's no defense. Like, it's weird. It's looked like if he knew it was coming, it would... I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. And he almost stepped on him right there. That guy wasn't even moving. That was on the ground there. I mean, they're obviously really good at falling down, and they're really durable, clearly. Clearly you have some durable people here. Oh. That looked like they didn't know what he was going to do. Look at that helmet fly off. It looked like they didn't know what he was going to do, whether he was going to clothesline or what. He does a drop kick to the hips, or to the leg. He takes their legs out. Look, it was to the thighs. His helmet bounces clean off. I mean... That looked like it hurt. I mean, just look at the body bounce. Oh! Oh, man. See, that looks like something they might have practiced. Like the double team to get on the railing, maybe. Unless he just said, help me get on the railing there. What is this? Something went flying here. Something went flying here. Watch this. When he gets hit with the trash can, look at this object here. What is that? Then it went flying here. That was a hard hit, planned or not. I mean, just absolute viciousness here. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. All right, let's get into even more crazier stuff. Clark Rice says, I feel like a monkey fascinated by a shiny spoon when I watch it. I mean, we're going to get into some unprecedented antics here. I mean, this might have been the most feminist sport ever. Let's get more into this. Let's get into crazy land here.
Come on! You can read his lips. Come and get it. Now Loden is going to be turned around. Spun upside down.
Oh, goodness. And Stacy Blitz is beside herself. No! Don't.
Oh, look at this.
No. Oh, my gosh. Oh, shit. I can't believe this, Roy.
I think the wedding's officially on.
This is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Atkinson.
This is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
He's not going to hang around to celebrate.
Oh, my gosh, I love it.
You talk about teaching somebody a lesson. Loden thought she could win the team, win the game for her team, came out with the men, and winds up flat on her back.
Well, she may have stolen a lot of his moves. He's got her by the throat. He's got her on the back attack. He probably enjoyed the face full of crotch, but you see the demise of Denise Loden in the aftermath. Oh, my gosh, Rory. I thought I'd seen it all until I saw this.
Well, Denise Loden has felt it all, I guess. She's recovered. She's with Broadway. Come on.
Okay, let's break this down here. I mean, is this the most feminist sport ever? Has any other sport embraced feminism the way that Rollerjam has? So let's break this down. So first of all, look at this shoulder check right to the chest. I mean, that looked painful. Look at her face here. Look at her face. Shoulder check between the cones.
You can read his lips.
And he grabs her by the chin strap. She looks like she's still catching her breath from the shoulder check, right? She doesn't know. It looks like she doesn't know what's going on. Because that shoulder check to the chest. And I don't know at which point. It looks like, is that a 4 on the top? So if this is the 4th period, this is after skating for quite some time. She might be exhausted already. Then moves the shoulder check. And then look how hard he pulls her down. And then she doesn't jump at all. So in pro wrestling, when somebody power bombs you like that or sets up, what is that? I forget what that's called. Because that's not, a power bomb is when you bring them back down on their back the other way. This was like a power bomb set up into a suplex. But she doesn't jump at all. He lifts her straight up. And then look at this. There's no give here. And look at the other ladies in the background celebrating. It looks like they really didn't... Doesn't it look like they didn't know what that was going to happen, but they're overjoyed? Look at how hard he brings her down. They both bounce. But she bounces so much harder because he's coming down with all of their... Look at that bounce. I mean, that's just disgusting. That's a disgusting bounce there. I mean, you can collapse a lung doing that. I mean, she looks out of it. They look overjoyed. I think that's the girl with the 2 concussions on the right? She looks like she's having a ball. She really looked like she found her true calling in Rollerjam. And again, in pro wrestling, like they kind of do certain things to help the guy out. That one ref, it looks like that one girl's attacking that ref. This ref looks like he's genuinely afraid of this guy and afraid to stop him. It also looks like she hasn't caught her breath yet, so she doesn't even know what he's going to do. Now look at this girl here in the background. She's trying to prevent the refs from interfering here. Oh man. Let's watch the background here. It looks like the refs are genuinely fighting with them. Like he shoved her so hard. It looks like she punched him beforehand.
I think the wedding's officially on.
I want to see the ref situation here. Like, do they think they're acting here? I mean, I don't think they're acting. They look like they're genuinely concerned for her safety, but also that they weren't. Even that guy in the background is like, what is going on? So it looks like it wasn't his ex. It looks like it was his fiancée, because the announcer said the wedding is on. Like, look at the guy in the background. He's like, what is going on here? And the girl in the foreground here, it doesn't look like they were aware. Even, let's say, even if this was somehow planned, it looks like they didn't tell any of these people. Yeah, Clark Rice, the announcer said, looks like the wedding is off. Heracles says, is that Tanya Harding? Oh, man. But look how concerned they... I'm not buying that this is acting. They can't act that good. I mean, these are like... These aren't professional actors here.
Hang around to celebrate. Oh my gosh. I love it. You talk about teaching somebody a lesson.
It's just so hilarious how happy these two are. Or these three. I think there was some genuine real-life beef with a lot of them behind the scenes. I actually found some Angel Fire websites from back then that discussed some of this. But we'll actually see it in the documentary. By the way, I haven't watched the documentary. I have it. We're going to go through it, fair use, obviously. But look at this check here. Look at... Oh! That was with the point of the elbow. That actually might have even gone to the solar plexus. That was with the point of the elbow. I mean, look at this guy. Look at this feminist here. Practicing feminism. I mean, this is crazy. He's totally treating her like an equal. He's not holding back here.
Stolen a lot of his moves.
He's so rough, too. Like, if you watch pro wrestling, nobody's that rough in grabbing people into a power. It's just kind of crazy. And look, again, it's all dead weight. She did not assist in any way with that.
He's got her on the back attack.
And it looks like he even drove her down with his arm even harder. And that's not on a canvas. In pro wrestling on the canvas, they actually, they do the opposite. They try to support their weight as long as possible.
He probably
And
enjoyed
just that bounce was so vicious.
But you see the demise of Denise Lund.
All right, let's
in
look
the
at the refs
aftermath.
here, because there's
Oh
something
my
weird going
gosh,
on with
Rory,
the refs.
I thought I'd seen it all until
Now you
I saw
have.
this.
Well, Denise
Did she just grab the ref by the throat there? Did she just punch the ref for real?
like
I know everybody's watching this post.
recovery. She's with
This smash
Broadway.
into the post.
Come on.
But I'm more fascinated by the ref situation. Are they actually really fighting the ref? He shoved her so hard. I think she punched him before that. He shoved her really hard. Does anybody think that's kind of uncalled for? Unless she hit him before that. Okay, there's something else going on with the refs here. So these two girls... So she's holding the ref back. I don't know if she kind of grabbed him by the throat a little too hard there and he didn't like it, scripted or not. There's something else weird going on. Watch what their feet are doing. So it looked like that ref, the ref on the left, it looks like he's genuinely trying to pull the arm of the blonde here in the blue. She wants to make sure that this other ref doesn't prevent this post situation. Now look at her leg. She's trying to trip. She's trying to trip the ref here. Look at this. She's trying to... It looks like she's genuinely trying to prevent the ref from interfering here. I mean, this is kind of weird. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Look how hard this ref is kind of pulling her kind of hard. Look how rough this situation is. So first of all, look at him trying to hold her arm here. Like, it's kind of rough. Like, I don't know, faked or not, it's pretty... I mean, that's kind of rough there. And now, she breaks free. It looks like she kind of is grabbing him by the throat here. Because he's the ref on the right is really rough with her a moment after this. And not only, so she's got this ref by the throat, and look at her stick her leg out to try to trip or prevent the other ref from getting to this guy. I don't know. Is this scripted? That's kind of intricate if it's all scripted. I mean, what does everybody think here? Because that's kind of an intricate sequence here where she's choking. I've never seen anything like this in pro wrestling. This kind of setup. And again, it's really rough. Like, this would be considered extremely stiff pro wrestling. I mean, it's just so rough the way these refs are handling them. So look at this. She's got one arm around this ref's throat, and then she's also sticking her leg out to trip or prevent the other ref from interfering with this, I don't know what we're going to call it, crotch busting. I mean, she's giving her best effort to make sure that this situation is not interrupted. Bam! And look, the ref, it looks like the ref actually was trying to get to him to stop him. Look how far, the ref is actually falling over the rail here. I think the ref situation might be, I don't know, everything going on with the refs. It seems like this is real. Look at the refs. So she's going to the one ref, then look at her sticking her leg out to prevent the second ref from getting there in time. And then the ref looks like he's diving to try to grab the guy to prevent this destruction here. Look at her body bounce up. Man, this is so brutal. This is so brutal. But look at the refs. Look how off balance they are. The refs make the situation with the refs right now is leading me to believe that this could all be real. Because, again, I don't believe anything like this has happened exactly like this. We're going to watch some other crazy, crazy stuff. But, oh, man. Flat Bob says, that was the one clip that makes me think it's totally legit. That is absolutely brutal. And I love it. This is better than any pro wrestling, better than any football, soccer, basketball, or any other sport. This is the absolute pinnacle and perfection and entertainment. No, but just watch the refs, though. Watch the refs. There's something about the ref situation that makes this, and her reaction. Is she really that good at it? Because look at this. The roughness. Like, what happened right there? Look how hard the ref shoves her. She almost falls over the railing. I think she kind of clipped the guy's throat kind of hard. Because he looks genuinely mad here. Like, the ref is shoving her so hard. Look, she's almost falling over the railing. This ref did not like the way she handled him. I wish we had more angles of what's going on with the refs. It looks like she might have elbowed him too first.
I think the wedding's officially on.
The way he just skates away without taunting, and look at that bald spot. It looks like he's balding from just all the stress of being a roller jammer. I mean, come on, this has to be real. You don't go through this much stress. Like that bald spot right there. That's some serious evidence for all of this being real. I mean, just look at the balding spot there. Clark Rice says, Bruce, we gotta bring this back and run syndicated betting parlors. And then rig the action like Whitey Bulger. Vis-a-vis. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. No, but just look at that bald spot. And look at his demeanor. It's like, I don't know, did this lady cheat on him? Like, what happened behind the scenes here? Because even in pro wrestling, like, some of their storylines are actually based on real storylines. If anybody doesn't know about the whole Matt Edge and Lita situation, I mean, they capitalized on the real story for their storyline. So is that what happened here, where they kind of took something real that happened, and something happened as a result of that? But I mean, I don't know. This just looks really weird. But look at that bald spot. Look at that balding area there. Is this balding induced by real stress? Flat Bob says, he was stressed because women wear down on you. I have a feeling he had been waiting to do that to her for a long time, and he finally had his chance to do it on TV. Chin Chin says, never heard of Rollerjam before. I just showed up. Welcome to the party, my man. Welcome to the party. This is the greatest sport in the history of mankind. But let's continue this examination here. I think the whole situation with these two girls and the refs, and again, I don't think their acting is that they can act that well. Like, these refs look pissed off. It looks like these ladies were really engaging hard with the refs to make sure that she got hurt. And they're just so happy. I mean, look at this pure joy. Who thinks they're this good of actresses? I mean, because again, watch pro wrestling. Their acting is so bad. Nobody is fooled in pro wrestling when they act happy after destroying people, because it's all fake. They look genuinely pleased at this result. Like, they obviously didn't like her. I mean, look at that vicious elbow. Oh, man. That looked like it was to the solar plexus. And look how roughly he's handling her. I mean, that's so rough. Oh, it's crazy. And again, she doesn't jump at all. This is all dead weight. And then watch this. And look at his arm right there. He's actually pushing her down harder. See, in pro wrestling, you see the opposite happen. You see the wrestler actually lift at the end to actually minimize the impact. Here, look at his arm here. He's actually pushing her down harder. He's shoving her down so she comes down with even more impact. Look at the bounce. Look at her body bounce as a result of that. So let's watch it one more time. He's actually shoving her down into the into this extremely hard surface. Look at his arm. Boom! And then she just bounces off so hard there. And he genuinely looks enraged there. Like, he's taken out some serious range. Like, it doesn't look like he's acting. Like, he's not going over the top, yeah, in your face screaming. I mean, this is crazy stuff here. All right, watch the refs. Again, watch what's going on in the refs. So it looks like that ref, does that ref knows what he probably thinks he's just pulling her out of the arena. Right? Because that's what it looks like at this moment. So it's kind of unclear. If the ref isn't in on it, he might not be 100% sure. Now watch how rough this lady is with the ref. She's literally, she puts him in a chokehold. She forearms him around the throat. And then she sticks her rollerblade out to try to trip the other guy. And the other the other ref is genuinely trying to get to him. Like, he's trying to, look at it, look, he reached with his arms. I don't know, is he going to go through all the trouble to fake reaching with his arms like that? Because the other ref didn't. If he's in on it, because watch, now it's clear what he's trying to do. Because before, when he was just trying to pull her out of the it's called a rink? What's it called? Roller derby rink? Watch this guy reach for her with his arms for this guy. So he got tripped here. Well, let's back it up a little bit more. Let's finish this logical examination here. So right here looks a little bit more clear what he's going to do, but the other lady already is choking. She's pulling this ref by his throat. She's forearming him by the throat. It appears that's why he treated her so rough left. Now watch with the feet here. She has the wherewithal. So, because I've never seen anything like this in pro wrestling. And also, look at this guy's face. I mean, this is sheer rage here. I mean, look at his face. She looks like she still can't breathe, and she doesn't know what's going on, because she probably can't breathe from that suplex. Now look, so she's forearming one ref by the throat, and she tripped the other ref here. That looks like a real trip. And now he's off balance, but still trying to reach with his arms to try to save this woman. See, look, he's still trying to reach and grab while off balance here. I don't know, man. This ref situation is crazy. Chin Chin says, this is completely munted. What does munted mean? I've never heard munted before either. So, okay, anyway. Now, you guys think this is crazy? Wait till you see what else they did on Rollerjam. Let's examine it. Like, you think this is crazy. Let's see what the women do to each other. Alright, I hope everybody's sitting down for this, because we're just getting started. I mean, this is absolutely bonkers. I've just never seen anything this insane before. I mean, and again, it's kind of like, it really seems like this is all real.
And knock everybody down. Brown's the only one left. Oh, and there's a shot between the legs by Loden. Boy, that pipe will work every time. And Amanda Hurt says, why don't you put your glasses on, Mr. Referee? You didn't see that.
Is basically useless out there, so she takes full advantage. And right now she's taking full advantage. She's got a pipe, and she goes after Jay Brown.
Oh, man. What in the world is going through her mind? She put a pipe right in between Shea Brown's legs, and now Sean Corbin rips it out of her hands. Gee, you get a one-jam penalty for that, do you think?
This one, Loden.
Shea Brown has to pick herself up.
I got a 1 jam.
Amanda Hertz is seeing dollars fly out the window if Shea's hurt. Third, and it's 2 straight jammers out right away. Shea Brown out there for the hot dice, and I don't know if she's going to be able to stay up now because Denise Loden just gave her a little shot from behind. My goodness, Shea Brown took the shot from Denise Loden. That's a dirty play, isn't it? Loden to grab the last line of defense. Amy Craig got her as well. They're going to give him one.
What do you call that other than just painful? Shea Brown first her chin now. Right there.
Boy, the Danimer hurt. It hurts Shea Brown's pride, too. Trying to get by Craig, who's a little overmatched right now and outnumbered. Now Craig grabs a hold of Brown. She's trying to set her up for Loden. Loden down there on her knees, and she pushes down Shea Brown right into the pelvic area. And Amanda Hertz, there's not much she can do right now about that.
I'd say Shea hurts a little bit too after Denise Loden. She's learned a lot from the King.
But the points go on the board for the dice, even though Loden made the play. And Amy Craig, kind of looking around as though to say, what happened here? We'll take a look.
Well, the first part of the period was all Shea Brown and friends with her single-handed Rollerjam bones for the whole lineup. The second half of the period's been all Denise Loden, Amy Craig, and the Illinois Riot.
The game is tied.
So now they're attacking each other with pipes. Who's this old lady coming out with a pipe attacking everybody? I mean, they brought out pipes? Like, what is going on here? So let's, Chin Chin says, dude, this Rollerjam stuff is insane, though. They're just straight up attacking each other gladiator style in front of a crowd. Yes, in front of children. In front of children. Okay, so let's go through this again. Look at all this fair use going on. So these are just unrelenting attacks. I don't know if this might be the demolition derby where well, actually maybe not, because the ref was trying to take away the pipe. So I don't know, maybe not. Maybe this is a regular. Just look at the way they fall, though. I mean, it's so brutal. Look at that first fall here. That's not part of it. Oh man. I mean, obviously you'd have a lot of those because they're going fast, but... Alright, look, so she's got a pipe. And look, she didn't look behind her. She did not know that was coming. Alright, I mean, this is crazy stuff here. This is absolutely insane. So this was on network television. Oh, man. Oh man, this is the craziest sport I have ever seen. Just the level of damage going on here. But watch this here. So she's got a pipe. Look at this. She's got a pipe. A pipe. Now watch her face. She doesn't check. She doesn't know anybody's behind her at this second. And then bam, a low blow with a pipe. With a pipe. And what great role models they are for this crowd of children watching. I mean, I'm sure all the little girls are going to want to grow up to be roller jammers now. And look at the way she falls. It's so out of control. And, like, her legs are going all over the place. She could have easily tripped the girl that hit her with the pipe. It looks like nobody knows what's going on. And then she gives the pipe away before the ref can see it. But the ref saw it the other time. Now look how hard this check hit. Oh man, that's just brutal. Oh man. This was almost as brutal as the low blow. Well, watch this. Look how crazy this is here. Watch this right here. Oh, man. You could crack a tailbone. I wonder how many cracked and shattered tailbones there have been in this. That totally looked not planned at all. She just shoved her right off her feet. Clark says we could bring back Rollerjam in Vegas, pay-per-view, high stakes like a prize fight in the Sphere with Cirque du Soleil for veterans on mushrooms as a spiritual awakening. Chin Chin says almost pushed the helmet off her. Yeah, I mean, that was so vicious. She could have cracked a tailbone there, too. I mean, it was just so quick. So it looks like they're hiding the pipe until the ref sees the pipe. That ref totally saw the pipe. And then she... What is she doing? She lifted her straight up by the pipe. What is going on here? Oh yeah, the ref saw the pipe. Now he's fighting with her over the pipe. I mean, I don't know. Is this real or is this scripted? Like, she's pulling that pipe so hard and she lost that battle. And look at how rough he grabs her by the arm, too. Is this all scripted? I mean, I don't know. It almost looks like it's not. Like, these refs are manhandling people. And look at this guy. He's getting what he paid for. He really shoved her off of there. He's manhandling her so hard. It looks like he's really mad about her having the pipe. Who thinks the ref is this good of an actor? I mean, I really don't know. I really don't know here. If this is all fake, these are way better actors than pro wrestlers. Because it all looks real. I mean, it looks like he's genuinely reprimanding her for having a pipe. And then also look how in pro wrestling, I mean, whenever they do low blows and stuff, they get up in like 5 seconds. Here it looks like she's genuinely hurt here. And she's having trouble getting up. Oh man, that was so quick and vicious. And again, she didn't see it coming. Watch, she did not, it looks like she doesn't know anybody's behind her. She doesn't look behind her a single time here. Like, watch. She's not looking behind her. I mean, maybe she knows somebody's closing in on her if she could hear them, but... See, like, she's not looking over her shoulder here. She doesn't look over her shoulder a single time leading up to this attack. But look how quick this was. Oh man, that was so quick. And look how happy she is. What is going on here? This all looks like it's the same match, too. Is that like the third time? Is this all the same? Is this all the same? That was like is that the fourth? No, that's the fifth time. That's the fifth time, because there were the 2 pipe attacks. And then this looks like the third uppercut. Chin Chin says, I feel like this isn't scripted, though. I mean, roller skates are kind of unpredictable when you got that many bike skating. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. They could easily script it when it's like a one-on-one race, but there are so many people here. And look at the way she fell, too. That looked so natural. Like, the way she fell, she just collapsed. I mean, I don't know. Compare this acting versus pro wrestling. Like, is it possible that roller jammers are just that much better actors than pro wrestlers? Because the pro wrestlers are all so hokey. Like, pro wrestling is just so fake in the way. Like, I mean, obviously there are certain botches where they get hurt for real, but in general, everything going on in pro wrestling, the acting is so bad. Here, like, it's like hard to tell, right? Like, it could totally be real if they're acting, because their acting is just that good. Maybe it's not all the same match. Oh, man. She really didn't like that one. It looks like... Okay, watch this. Look, she's fighting back here. Look, it looks like she tried to punch her right there, but she either missed, or maybe she didn't miss. Maybe she hit her, but this girl's got a much bigger pain tolerance. And then here's shot number 6. Is this 6 or 7 now? I mean, this is crazy. If it's all the same match, I'm not sure it is. Who's keeping track of the colors of the jerseys and everything? Like, a lot of these people aren't even paying attention to what's happening here. That's why, again, yeah, it would be tough to script all this, because look at all the other stuff going on right now. Yeah, that would really be bad for her if it was all the same night. And who is this random guy in a crown celebrating? This is the most bonkers sport I have ever seen. I mean, this is just crazy. And again, we're watching moments of certain matches. There's so much more. I mean, you got that convict in the orange attacking people. Like, this is only part of one match. Wait, was that number 7? Oh, man. Is that number 7 or number 8? Where are the refs? Or are they just that strategic? They wait till the refs are on... Oh, now the refs are skating over. It looks like the refs were on the other side before. She looks like she's so out of it by that point. She looks like she has no idea what's going on with anything. Is she doing the Xena yell followed by some kind of... What's the name of this dance? The badonkadonk bump? What's that called? I remember that dance from like the early 2000s. That was like the precursor to twerking. Oh man, they got this old lady to come out with a low blow and then a pipe attack. I mean, luckily that was on the helmet, but who is this old lady with a mohawk? And she didn't know it was coming either because she didn't see that old lady. I mean, even with a helmet on though, that must hurt though, just the vibration. Flat Bob asks, how many cooter punches will there be? Well, there's a lot. There's a lot. Now, it's not just punches. Let's see what else we got here.
finish. And now she's being led into Denise Loden. I don't know. What can we possibly call that shot, huh?
I know we call that the muffler. For good reason. Loden, get off.
Lisa Seltzer looks a little bit disgusted by that, but you know what? I wish, and it's too bad, we can't talk to Leo Seltzer somehow. I wonder if he's spinning in his grave at his granddaughter's big plans, or if he would approve. I don't think he would approve of the way she's going about it.
I don't either. She's not going to help the league, Roy. She's going to kill the league. We talked about it. You take away McDaniel, Mo Sanders, the top guys out there. I mean, come on.
Leo Seltzer was definitely a players commissioner. He thought about the welfare of the players first. She's thinking about the big bucks. Denise Loden is with
obviously all fair use all the time, but that looked like some kind of weird grab and twist. I mean, what is going on here? This is the most bonkers sport I have ever seen. I mean, this is just weird. Chin Chin says, if that was acting, she is the best actor on earth. The way she was twitching in pain after that cooch punch, ow. Clark Rice says, trailer lady sneak attack sounds like my first marriage. Oh, man. Alright. Okay. It almost like there's something behind the scenes here that we don't know about. But, yeah, so the announcer says he calls this the muffler. This maneuver's called the muffler. I don't know. Who would agree to have someone do that to them? I mean, the crowd looks absolutely stunned. I also wonder if this was the typical match. Is this what happened like every single match? They look so genuinely happy on inflicting this kind of suffering on other humans. I don't know if this could be faked. Again, I'm just, even the celebrations after impact, like causing this kind of damage and carnage. Like, you watch pro wrestling, it just, if it's acting, this has the best acting. And watch this too. Look at this flip. Look at this snapmare. I mean, the amount, the velocity with which she pulled that helmet. Look how hard she pulled her down. I really don't know if that's fake or not. I just can't tell. I can't tell. Because they're doing it with such... And look at that bounce off the tailbone again. I mean, how are people... I mean, the amount of vertebrae that must have been cracked and the amount of hip fractures... They don't have hip pads on. Like, it's not like they have football pads on with the hip pads and the tailbone. The way that... See, if she hadn't pulled her helmet, if she hadn't pulled her that hard, I would have said it's totally fake. Look at how hard she snaps that head down. She snaps it so hard. It makes it believable that that's totally real. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. And just, there's really no way to cushion yourself either. Look at the bounce. Oh, the bounces are almost more vicious than everything else going on. Just the body's convulsing off that. And this lady's not even wearing a helmet either. Then she turns around to admire her handiwork. That's gotta hurt. What did she do the first time? She attacked her twice. Watch the first attack. It's like some kind of weird, like, kung fu claw attack. Right there. She pulls her so hard. Like, you can see her spandex move a lot. Oh, man. What the heck? What did she just do? And then she attacks again with another claw and twist. Who would sign up for that? Like, even, let's say it's fake. Like, why? Like, who would want to do that? And again, look at the convulsions on the fall. Like, she doesn't brace her fall at all. Oh, right on the hip too. If that was fake, I don't know. It seems like she would have wanted to brace herself a little bit more. Watch how she takes 100% of everything, of just the impact right on that hip, with no bracing whatsoever. There's no bracing whatsoever here. Oh, it's just a complete collapse. This is insane. This is totally insane. Who would sign up for this? Pro wrestling, but real. And she's convulsing pretty hard there. And this is just adding insult to injury here. That ref, look how angry the ref looks. That ref looks genuinely angry here. I don't know, just the way the refs are handling this. Like, compare the way the refs handle this to pro wrestling. Chin Chin says the muffler still has me rolling. Chin Chin says Rollerjam food, a forbidden martial art. I don't think any sane person would sign up for that beating. Flat Bob says, I would absolutely sign up for it. You can't say you've truly lived unless you've gone at least one round of Rollerjam. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it looks kind of fun, except for all of this stuff. I mean, do these people, they just had massive... They just have... Clark Rice said, there's got to be non-disclosure agreements and sexual harassment clauses. Half of these moves are borderline sexual assault. I don't think they're borderline. I mean, this is... I think they're firmly in that territory. Oh, man. I mean, look how out of it, like, I don't know, is that acting? I don't know. But this was the muffler attack. Believe it or not, there's more.
The point.
Well, she's not done with her, Rory. Denise Loden.
Let's go. The point.
Well, she's not done with her, Rory. Denise Loden.
Let's go. The point.
Well, she's not done with her, Rory. Denise Loden.
Let's go.
Oh, man. Rollerblade press. I mean, I don't know what is wrong with these people. I have absolutely no idea, but the refs do not look happy. Also, it looked like she got her helmet knocked off. Look at the helmet there. She got knocked down, and now she's pressing the rollerblade. I don't know how you fake that. Look how hard she's pulling her rollerblades while pushing down. I mean, that looks really brutal. Look at the ref. The ref is not pleased. Look at how the ref pushes away her legs. It almost feels like the ref has an attitude like these are toddlers that just need to be disciplined. I mean, look at the way the ref throws her legs, like pushes her legs away in disgust. The ref is not happy with this maneuver. Chin Chin says, these women are barbaric. Yeah, I mean, it's rough. Flat Bob says, I love the way she just punches the other girl's wallet? What is a wallet? Clark Rice says, osteoporosis is for life. Oh, man. Ham wallet. I've never heard that. Ham wallet? Yeah, that's weird. No, but where did she even come up with this? Do you really think they would have scripted this? Like, who would come up with it? Just like that rollerblade dropkick to the spine in the opening promo. Like, I mean, maybe, but you could get injured yourself trying to dropkick somebody while rollerblading at a high speed. Not to mention severely injure the other guy's spine. Like, who thinks they really scripted this? Like, where would they even come up with this idea? Like, some of what's going on here is so out there. It seems like only really, really enraged humans with serious beefs would have thought to do this in the moment. Because I've never seen this maneuver before. Certainly not with rollerblades. I'm not sure I've seen this not just without rollerblades either. I mean, just look at the exertion, though. Look at the exertion on her face. I mean, again, if this is all fake and this is acting, I mean, these are the greatest actors I have ever seen. I mean, they put pro wrestlers to shame if this is all acting. But look at the exertion on the face and arms. Like, she's pulling so hard here. I mean, just look at that exertion. You almost gotta feel bad for these refs having to deal with this. The refs and the medics. Like, how do you not feel bad for the refs and the medics here? I mean, this is just absolutely insane. All right, we got one more insane clip, and then we're gonna get into the documentary, and then we'll get into some more clips after that. Here's the concussion girl. She always looks happy, doesn't she? She looks so happy all the time. I hope she's featured prominently in the documentary. Okay, now keep in mind, I mean, this is like a... I mean, obviously it wasn't marketed as a family show, but there's kids in the crowd and everything. It's kind of crazy.
With that, let me go ahead and say, we don't think it's the riot because, first of all, the oral authority being on the riot and all, there just wouldn't be enough to go around for the tour because, you know.
A few moments later.
I don't either. She's not going to help the league, Roy. She's going to kill the league. We talked about it. You take away McDaniel, Mo Sanders, the top guys out there. We
put a little smooth.
As your mentor, I thought I should show you the ropes. And those are pretty good ropes.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's mine now.
Well, but the best is yet to come, my young friend. Because here come the panties.
I'm down.
Thanks, Denise.
Okay, so.
Yeah, so this is on, wow, so this is on TNN. I mean, this is pretty crazy. This is crazy stuff. I mean, I don't even know what's going on anymore. Chin Chin says, I'm sure they had to sign insane contracts to participate. Clark Rice says, this might make the reboot somewhat problematic. Okay, so let's get to the documentary, because I haven't even seen this documentary yet, so this is a blind reaction to the documentary.
Outrageous action and sexy storyline. Outrageous action and sexy storylines.
Stacy Blitz trying to keep her top on.
But this unique sport, now known as Rollerjam, is nothing new. Coming up on the E! Original Special, the unbelievable story of roller derby, its rise to the top, its sudden death, and its recent rebirth.
That guy can fly!
Basically, I will stop at nothing to win a game.
I go by the motto, you know, shut up and win at all costs.
Just about everybody's going down except Loden and Brown. Oh, wow.
When they start cheating on me, it's when I start cheating on them. I get serious then.
Here comes Shea Brown, and look out! They're in a fight now. Shea Brown and Denise Loden.
After more than 25 years out of the spotlight, the roller derby is back on the track.
Oh, leapfrogs one and goes under the other.
The hard-charging, fast-action spectacle, renamed Rollerjam, is attracting a new generation of
I gotta look at that again. I mean, look at the sheer velocity here.
25
Oh, man.
years
And just the spinal reverberation off the surface. I mean, this is so crazy. Like, how do you train this? I mean, that just looks completely botched. I mean, people could die here.
One and goes under the other.
Look at how hard he's just snapped him down into. That's crazy. I mean, is this really scripted?
Is back on the track.
Watch this right here. Watch how hard he puts him up and just slams him straight down head first. I mean, that was vicious. That was really vicious. Yes, Clark Rice. I have an entire table race. I found an entire one. I don't know if they're gonna cover it in the documentary. We're gonna watch this documentary and then we're gonna go over more clips after. Or I mean, we might have to split. This is probably gonna have to be a series. We're already going for 2 hours and we've basically barely scratched the surface here.
The hard-charging, fast-action spectacle, renamed Rollerjam, is attracting a new generation of both skaters and viewers.
When I tell people,
Did it look like she got hit in the throat there? Let's look at this again. It looks like they knew he was going to do something, but they didn't know exactly what he was going to do. A jumping split kick to 2 people. That guy's been watching Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. That guy's totally been watching Van Damme movies. And look at the way they all fall. Like this, I don't know if this is scripted. Like the falls are just all so nasty. Watch this right here. Did she hit her in the throat right there? She falls down and starts, or is that her nose? She hit her in the nose or the throat. I mean, again, that does not look fake either.
And viewers.
When I tell people that I do Rollerjam and I'm a professional inline skater for the show, they go, "Oh, like the old roller derby?" And I say, "Yeah, you know, remember, except it's on inline skates now." They're, "Oh, that's cool. Do you really hit people? Do you get hurt?" I'm like, "Yeah, look, I got lots of bruises."
Rollerjam is a sport where two teams get on the track, put everything else aside, and just go at it for an hour. Beat each other up, get knocked down, beat up. In fights about personal vendettas.
Nobody's gonna tell me that I can't skate. Doctors aren't gonna tell me that I can't skate. A man is not gonna tell me that I can't skate. This game is too big for the hot dice.
It is a combination of everything in X Games and extreme sports right now, and a little bit of WWF. There's hair pulling, scratching, clawing, you know, fist fights, cat fights. That's the best part about it.
Despite the violent brawls, breakneck speed, and outrageous storylines, Rollerjam does have rules. Two teams consisting of jammers and blockers compete against each other to score points. When the starting bell rings, the jammers attempt to circle the track as many times as possible, while the blockers try to stop them.
Jammers have 60 seconds to get around the track. For each person of the opposing team that they pass, they get a point. The object is to score points. The team with the most points at the end of the game wins.
I'm a jammer. My whole job is to score the points. The other guys, the blockers, their object is to keep me from scoring the points. So that's where we get the bangs and the elbows and the kicks and the body slams and everything else.
Oh, nice move! If the rules seem a little confusing, you're not alone. The players aren't quite sure of them either.
I wasn't aware there were any rules in Rollerjam.
That is definitely evident in everything she does. That is evident in the in all of her attacks.
We cheat at any chance we get.
There was a lead pipe laying on the track, and I used the lead pipe, and yeah, I got a penalty for that, which I thought was really unfair.
Here's the only rule: watch your ass. That's the only rule that I play by.
Although the teams are co-ed, men and women don't compete directly against each other. But according to Keith Coppage, author of Roller Derby to Rollerjam, the sport is an equal opportunity injurer.
They can reach speeds between 30 and 40 miles an hour on the track. It's extremely dangerous. If you get hit and sent over the rail, you know, say whatever you want about the attraction of roller derby, that is tough.
In Rollerjam, if you go out there with the attitude that I'm going to get hurt, then you are going to get hurt. You have to step on the track with a totally no fear attitude and just get business done.
I used to play football. The Rollerjam is way more damaging to the body than football ever will be and ever has been.
Whoa! Weber just took him out of the play.
You fall on the floor, you fall on a cement floor, it's tough, you're going to get hurt.
Okay, look, there's no way this is fake. She just smashed her spine on the edge of that metal railing. Let's watch that again. Also, look at how he saves himself and then comes back up. It's a good strategy. But look at this. Oh, man! That can't be good for the tailbone. She just smashed her entire weight on. Is that a solid steel railing there? Like the bottom edge of the railing there? I mean, there's no give at all. At all here. This is not a canvas pro wrestling ring. And look at this power bomb. Like, it's totally real. She doesn't jump at all. She just lifts her up as high as she can to bring her over. I mean, this almost looks like middle school kids trying pro wrestling moves for real. Their opponent is not helping them at all. All right, now watch this spine bounce here. It's right here. Look at this. Oh! Oh, that can't be good. That can't be good.
It's a dangerous game.
I've separated my chest. I pulled 3 ligaments off my spinal column. I've cracked all of my ribs, dislocated both shoulders. I broke both my arms at one time. I've broken my legs. I had my knees operated on where I tore the ligaments. The list can go on and on.
Despite the serious risks involved, or perhaps because of them, Rollerjam players all share an intense devotion to the game.
I grew up watching roller derby, and it was really, when kids are growing up, they have dreams and aspirations, and mine was to be a roller derby skater. I'm not sure what that's.
That was one of the best power slams I've ever seen. Let's look at this. Just the velocity here. Oh, man. They could have broken their legs doing that. Well, apparently that other guy did, but... What? Oh, that was kind of a real punch right there. It looks like he really punched him in the face right there. And it looked like he did not hold back on that either, on that knee drop. Let's watch that again. Was that a real punch to the face here? That looked totally real to me. We need to get the other angle from that other camera guy. This looks like he punched him so hard right there. And look at that. He went all up in the air with his entire body weight. Because in pro wrestling, like, you can see them catch themselves. Alright, now let's watch this power slam here. Oh! Oh, man, that's vicious. That is so vicious. I mean, that could have been some broken ribs right there. This is absolutely phenomenal. This is the most entertaining sport I've ever seen, and it's not even close.
That's what it was.
Or perhaps because of them, Rollerjam players all share an intense devotion to the game.
I grew up watching roller derby, and it was really, when kids are growing up, they have dreams and aspirations, and mine was to be a roller derby skater. I'm not sure what that says about me, but that's what it was.
I'm a person based on instincts and like intuitions and stuff, and the moment I saw it, I was like, cool. Right on. Get paid to skate and hit people. What else could you ask for?
I tell everyone when they ask me, okay, what is the...
Cool. Hey. Cool. Hey. Cool. Hey. Cool. Right on. Get paid to skate and hit people.
She was definitely born for this. I mean, people like this, she was truly born to be a roller jammer. Clark Rice says, kudos, Bruce, you were right about the camera work. They cover the action up close. Also, did you guys hear? You could almost hear the ribs breaking on that one power slam. You guys, I'll rewind it again, and I'll jack the volume as high as I can. You can almost hear that guy's ribs breaking.
What else could you ask?
Growing up, they have
devotion to the game.
I grew up watching roller derby, and it was really, when kids are growing up, they have dreams and aspirations, and mine was to be a roller derby skater. I'm not sure what that says about me, but that's what it was.
I'm a person based on instincts and like intuitions and stuff, and the moment I saw it, I was like, cool. Right on. Get paid to skate and hit people. What else could you ask for?
I tell everyone when they ask me, okay, what is it that draws you? I said, well, where else in a professional environment can you slug your coworker? And it's okay. There's no recourse.
Look at these two go at it. Blitz pounding the back of France's head.
Roller derby is referred to as sports entertainment, a form of competition that falls.
There's no recourse. Slug your coworker, and it's okay. There's no recourse.
There's no recourse. What kind of contracts did they sign? What kind of contracts did these people sign? Did they sign like MMA style contracts where like you could be injured or dead and you can't hold the other person or the Rollerjam organization liable? I mean, I guess they would have to be doing this type of thing. I mean, look at the viciousness here. I mean, this level of viciousness, you don't see this in pro wrestling. I mean, these look like hockey fights. To the back of the head. She's just pummeling to take the helmet off and then pummeling the back of the head. I mean, that's just nasty. And watch how hard this shot is. That was so hard. I mean, good thing she's wearing a helmet, but that was so viciously hard.
No recourse.
Look at these two go at it. Blitz pounding the back of France's head.
Roller derby is referred to as sports entertainment, a form of competition that
There's no recourse.
and a monster that falls. Roller derby is referred to as sports entertainment, a form of competition that falls somewhere between Melrose Place and a monster truck rally. Just how much of the game is sports and how much is entertainment is debatable.
There is an element of entertainment to the show. The competition is totally legit, and there's an element of entertainment as well.
Oh, man!
I always compare it to like when Michael Jordan used to play basketball. I mean, sure, he could just run down, dunk it in, but he always put a little extra on it, and that's what you expect. And whenever you come to Rollerjam, you're going to expect that little extra, and we're always going to give it to you.
While the moves may be somewhat exaggerated, so are the rivalries between players.
And she does.
The metamorphosis that I go into when I step on the track, I become big nasty. And no matter who I go up against, I'm going up against, to beat them. And I really don't care if I win or lose, honestly. I just want to just pound them into the ground.
I like to classify everybody as like having two personalities. You have your personality on the track and off the track. And so if you do something to me on the track and I'm mad, I'm gonna go after you. But then afterwards, I'm gonna be like, hey, what are you doing? Wanna go drink a beer?
Off the track, I'm
on the track and off the track. And so, hey, what are you doing? Wanna go drink a beer? Hey, what are you doing? Wanna go drink a beer? Hey, what are you doing? Wanna go drink a beer? Hey, what are you doing? Wanna go drink a beer? Hey, what are you doing? Wanna go drink a beer?
Off the track, I'm a pretty friendly girl. I'm pretty easy to get along with. I like people in general, but once I get on the track, there's a whole nother side of me that sometimes I didn't even know that I had, and I will do anything to win.
Although some elements of Rollerjam are embellished, viewers don't seem to mind. Games currently air twice a week on the TNN cable network, and ratings have been steadily climbing since its debut in January 1999. Psychiatrist Robert Butterworth believes viewers are tuning into the show because of its unpredictability.
A lot of people are bored with TV because most of it that they watch, they know what's going to happen. And I think there's an element of unpredictability in the roller derby. So in a sense, what we're really kind of becoming are folks that really want to see real life happening and in a sense peeking in. So in a psychological sense, I think we're becoming a little bit voyeuristic.
Oh, I've been talking on mute for a while. Okay, so I don't know what this guy says becoming. I mean, humans have been that for a long time, but I think he's spot on with the unpredictability of it. And he actually also described pro wrestling's downfall very well. Because back in the late 90s, early 2000s, you didn't know what was going to happen. Like, you watch pro wrestling now, you might not know exactly what's going to happen, but you know what's not going to happen. You know they're not going to blow up Vince McMahon's limo now. You know Stone Cold Steve Austin's not going to be chugging beers and driving trucks into the arena. And, I mean, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, all bets were off. Like, you had no clue what was going to happen. I mean, between Scott Steiner's antics in WCW, between the rings collapsing in ECW, I mean, you really didn't know what was going to happen in the early 2000s. Late 90s, just the pinnacle of pro wrestling, because all bets were off. Now it's safe and stupid and boring. But Rollerjam is absolutely insane. I mean, it's more entertaining than pro wrestling.
Coming up, E gets more voyeuristic as we take an exclusive look backstage at the Rollerjam.
These are really good to hit people in the head with.
Plus, the women of Rollerjam voyeuristic as we take an exclusive look backstage at the voyeuristic as we take at the Rollerjam.
These are really good to hit people in the head with.
Stage at the Rollerjam.
These are really good to hit people in the head with.
Plus, the women of Rollerjam reveal all.
I had a dream like this once.
But first, a look back at more than 60 years of skating, roller derby style.
In those days, too, I never even wore any padding or anything, and I always rolled my sleeves up and pulled my zipper down because that was just me.
Welcome back to the E Original Special Inside Rollerjam.
There's the double block set up, and she goes right through it. And then
Rollerjam premiered on TV in 1999, but the over-the-top slugfest on skates actually began almost 70 years earlier in a somewhat different format.
In 1935, my father, Leo Seltzer, had the idea of putting a marathon on roller skates. The skaters skated on a bank track, 18 laps of the mile. People would come to watch this new attraction. It was the height of the Depression, so they could get in for 10 cents and spend the time there.
Leo Seltzer soon decided to take his skating marathons on the road. He assumed other cities would be just as receptive as his native Chicago. But according to Keith Coppage, author of Roller Derby to Rollerjam, Leo hadn't yet found the secrets of success.
It was a very slow build from city to city. Sometimes they go in and would just bomb. They scheduled themselves for weeks at a time. If a race didn't work, they would shorten their stay.
Without consistent audiences, the future of these roller skating spectacles was in jeopardy. But Seltzer soon noticed that during the competitions, spectators would cheer anytime one player accidentally slammed into another. When a reporter covering the skating marathon suggested physical contact be legalized, the roller derby was born.
That was the moment that roller derby became the sort of rock'em sock'em thing. From 1938 on was when it became contact skating.
As the roller derby became more popular, the skaters began traveling from city to city, attracting crowds wherever they competed. But a tragic event would almost end the sport for good.
Sometime in 1938, there was a terrible bus crash which practically wiped out the whole troop of skaters. They lost about 22 lives. It practically ended the game, and there was quite a lot of discussion, should the game go on? And the skaters said, we need to see this through, and we'll remember the skaters another way. To this very day, and all throughout the history of roller derby, the number 1 is never used. It's to memorialize all the skaters that lost their lives in that crash, so you'll never see a number 1 on a roller derby skater.
The roller derby soon regrouped and began touring again. But it would be another 10 years before the sport would receive national recognition, thanks to a new invention called television.
The first night, they did a live broadcast from New York, and there were maybe 500 people. Within a day or two, you could not get a ticket to it. It was a story of the power of television.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I mean, people really wanted to watch this stuff. There's just something about it. I think it's the component, the high speed component. Because you can only run so fast. I mean, ice hockey's kind of popular, and the fights make it fun to watch. But there's just something still too official, I guess, about ice hockey. It's too professional sport. Whereas, like, roller jam's kind of like anything goes. Anything goes. But anyway, this is definitely going to have to be a series. I'm actually going to stop this episode here, but we'll be back very soon. I'll do this continuation as soon as possible within the next day or two. And, yeah, I actually got plenty more footage into what is possibly the greatest sport of all time. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast and a logical analysis, the likes of which you will never find on any mainstream show or anywhere else. If you want to help support the MindShock podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Rollerjam series, the most comprehensive podcast on what might be the greatest sport in the history of mankind. This is episode 2. Make sure you've checked out episode 1 for our deep dive, unlike any other deep dive out there. As always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast and you want to help logic and reason return to a world where it's quickly going extinct, you could donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. Comment in order to get those notifications. If those are still not working, you can become a free patron on Patreon and get notifications through there. You can also check us out on Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube, help support the channel that way. And any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Alright, so I'm going to play a little promo, another promo, just to set the stage. If anybody is just joining us here for episode 2, without being familiar with episode 1. And then we will pick up in the Rollerjam documentary, continuing to dissect and logically examining the most entertaining, the most monumental athletic spectacle in the history of the world.
Your number one bitch is back.
The
number one bitch is back.
The Enforcer's rehabilitated superstar, Heather Gunnan, is back. We think.
That's leather to you. Show 'em what you got, baby.
And the quad father, Mark D'Amato, has put a contract out on Kenneth Logue.
Logue, keep it up, and you'll be sleeping with the fish.
Can GM Kenneth Logue III and his Sundog militia hold off a full-scale Enforcer attack?
We're going to win back this league, win back the respect of the fans. With effort like that, with hard work, clean play, and sportsmanship. I guarantee you, we have more practices like this, we're on our way to a championship.
In Logue's idealistic fantasy world, maybe. But he's entering big, nasty country.
Logue, I'm going to rip you apart, and you get spine as a two-bear!
It's the Enforcers taking on the Sundogs next on Rollerjam.
Also, these promos, I mean, these are better than any other promos I've ever seen for any sport. I mean, just absolutely incredible promos. I mean, just look at some of these near decapitations. I mean, just the absolute viciousness here. Oh, man. I mean, these are just bodies getting pulverized left and right. A bevy of broken bones. Backflips. Double clotheslines. I mean, these are crazy. I want to see what happened here. They cut it here, but I mean, they're diving off the railing. Oh, man. I mean, look at this decapitating clothesline. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Welcome, everybody. In here, we got Scott Hawkins in here. I am Ion's cat. Chin Chinless Xylophone. Les Xylophone says it was before people got so happy. I'm actually going to try to find a contract, a Rollerjam contract in the next episode, so we can actually go through the fine print and what exactly it says. I mean, this is just absolutely brutal. Oh, man. Absolutely brutal. So let's pick up in the documentary from last time. Obviously, this is all fair use all the time here on MINDSHOCK. Always fair use. And we'll pick up right where we left off. I mean, this is just absolutely incredible. Oh man, Rollerjam needs to go viral again. We gotta get these podcasts going viral so this show can be brought back. I mean, there's quite a few games that were played. I should put together a supercut of all the promos. I mean, this will be like a 5-hour supercut of just the most entertaining antics on rollerblades.
You could not get a ticket to it. It was a story of the power of television.
From the 9th Regiment Armory on 14th Street in New York City, the Metropolitan Broadcasting Corporation presents Roller Derby. Hello there, fans. This is Eric Page along with Ken Nidell welcoming you to another action-packed hour of roller derby.
It became such an overnight smash that all the networks at the time were bidding for the rights. The rights eventually went to ABC. In writing the book, I found a week that there was about 15 hours of roller derby programming prime time. They were so dependent on it, and it was the biggest show on ABC.
And there's the gun starting the second half of play.
The teams continued to travel around the country, competing in both large cities and small towns. But while the crowds grew bigger and more enthusiastic, life on the road was never easy for the players.
The skaters were very superstitious about traveling by bus, so actually they traveled by their own cars, and we'd give them a road map and where they're supposed to be, and they'd go from Youngstown to Pittsburgh to Scranton to New York. And they called it kind of the endless tour.
We traveled all year long. On the holidays, we skated double headers, and Christmas, New Year's, and Thanksgiving. We'd have a one in the afternoon, then eat a big Thanksgiving meal and try to skate the game at night and stuff. But you know, it's just what you get used to, and you have to do it.
In the mid-50s, television began to come into its own. But as Hollywood started to produce more sophisticated programming, there was little room for roller derby. Without TV exposure, the derby was in trouble.
Overnight, the bottom just fell out. They were dependent on television to get the people in to buy the tickets to go to the games. That fed the salaries. There were some very, very lean years in the 1950s. Eventually, the game moved to San Francisco and Los Angeles, where it sort of eked out a modest existence for several years.
Although the competitions continued, roller derby attracted little attention. But in 1958, a local TV station in San Francisco began broadcasting the games. Once again, television would be roller derby's savior.
It was an immediate hit on this particular station. Live games began to be skated more regularly. It became the #1 show in a lot of rating situations. It beat out Bonanza and several other staples of 60s television. They eventually began to sell the series on film and videotape to stations around the country, at one point being on about 120 stations in virtually every market.
An uproar here in the Oakland Coliseum Arena in this championship game right now.
The roller derby was back and bigger than ever. During the 1960s, skaters such as Ann Calvello, Charlie O'Connell, and Joni Weston became celebrities. Wherever the derby traveled, die-hard fans packed stadiums.
O'Connell. Here he comes now. O'Connell moving on Monty. Monty breaks away, but he's hit by O'Connell. But it keeps Butler from scoring. A man on the rail is passed to a point by Butler.
One of my favorite things or whatever is when we skated the first Madison Square Gardens. There's just something about the Gardens. It was the best crowd they ever had, over 19,000.
3 points give the Bombers the lead.
Rolling Stone photographer Baron Woolman became a fan of the derby in the 60s and would eventually become the game's principal photographer.
I was taught that you don't hit women, but here I go into this place. Not only can you hit women, they're getting paid to hit each other, these women. And I can't explain to this day what it is about it, but it seemed there was something in my system that responded to that.
Throughout the 60s and early 70s, roller derby enjoyed its greatest success. In each city the derby visited, thousands of fans would fill sports arenas.
The success was really outstanding, and we had, in September of 1972, we sold out White Sox Park in Chicago.
Kind of a weird setup. I mean, the rink is so small and it's just in the middle of the baseball field. You can't really see that far. That's a weird setup. And it looks like there's no TV screens back then, no giant screens, so it might be kind of hard to follow. I don't know. It's a really weird setup. Welcome, Flat Bob. Yeah, I mean, this is, I'm Iron's Cat in the chat saying, I was live on the first one. I still have to convince myself based on the level of violence, and while WWF rings were spring, Rollerjam tracks were not. I mean, yeah, this is solid. There's no give whatsoever on this track. Or on the metal railings. I mean, we were watching bodies bouncing off the metal. Off solid steel. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure some segments might have been staged, but again, there's just so many of them constantly, you know, skating at a high speed. It would be tough. I mean, it seems like 99% of it would have had to have been completely real. Were the rails padded? We gotta check. Some of the rail could be padded, but the steel barrier on the bottom is not. And we were watching bodies bounce off of that.
With a little over 50,000 people.
The roller derby seemed unstoppable. Attendance was high and profits were up. Few would have guessed that within a year, roller derby would shut down for good. Welcome to the E Original Inside Rollerjam.
The 9th Regiment Armory on
The roller derby, precursor to today's Rollerjam, hit its peak in the late 60s and early 70s, playing to sellout crowds around the country. But despite its success, the demise of the derby was just around the corner.
People didn't realize that the Roller Derby League was basically a small family enterprise, which I owned and operated all the teams and did all the scheduling. And we hit really a series of very bad events in 1972.
A problem developed in that the skaters went on all these one-nighters, usually by car. And there was a gas shortage at the time, which really cut into an awful lot of the profits.
Gas stations had long lines. Arenas closed down in the winter because they couldn't heat the buildings. People were hesitant to travel.
With basically one family, the Seltzer family, owning all the teams, being responsible for all their needs and all the accommodations and insurance and everything else, it began to be too much. There were some losses. And rather than see the game go down to a reduced state, it was decided that they would look for a way out.
In December of 1973, I shut down roller derby, and that was really the end of the game as it existed.
Throughout the 70s and 80s, rival skating leagues achieved moderate success copying roller derby's formula. But it would be decades before the derby itself would make a comeback. In 1997, 24 years after the last game was played, the death of roller derby's most famous skater, Joni Weston, brought renewed attention to the sport.
She was roller derby in the minds of many, many people. Her obituary made newspapers all across the country.
She was a great athlete in skill and power, towered above anybody else in the game.
She was tall, she had blonde hair, and she looked like she was in charge, and all the other skaters listened to her. She was a great skater, a really nice woman, tough, and a leader. She had a huge following.
Joni's obituary in the New York Times was read by Stephen Land, a producer who felt that maybe roller derby in a 90s or a 21st century kind of spin would work, and they came up with this concept called Rollerjam.
Jerry and Stephen took their idea to the TNN cable network, and within months, Rollerjam was picked up. While the new show follows
Yeah, the top black railing looks like it does have some kind of padding, but the edge, the steel edge of the entire track from outside this track on the bottom does not. And you can't fake those kinds of convulsions in just the basic physics of bouncing off of it. Haley Green, welcome. Bruce, you saved my life. I needed something to watch while I beaded some earrings. Have you seen episode 1, Haley, yesterday? You weren't, I didn't see you in the chat, but it was quite an epic episode. South to West in the chat says, too much soy in today's youth to enjoy roller derby. Well, even if there's 99% of the soy, again, I mentioned this in episode 1, they're these parkour athletes. I mean, they're doing flips between buildings with no safeties. You fall, you die. Those are the type of people that might be involved, that would make some good entertainment here. And of course, I mean, pro wrestling, there are some athletic pro wrestlers. They're just really boring. You know, no real charisma. Les Xylophone says, post a pic. A pic of what? You want to see the medal? I mean, were you here? You were here yesterday or no? I thought you were. Wait. I thought you were. Were you not? I mean, we went over. Oh, I was not. Okay. All right. Well, let me bring up yesterday's episode real quick. We'll go through a few. We'll watch through a couple moments, and Haley can see some of what she missed. Is easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fastest, most exciting sport on wheels, Rollerjam.
Drop kicks. I mean, look, I'm a pro wrestling fan, but I don't know if I would watch pro wrestling over this. I mean, this has everything that pro wrestling has on, but plus rollerblades, plus it looks like it's actually real. I mean, how do you fake something like this? How do you fake something like that? Roller. I'll put up a short.
Inside Rollerjam. Indestructible.
I've had 2 concussions.
They're the modern-day warriors on wheels known as bluffers and jammers.
My satisfaction is just to hit people.
And they've taken what was once a fading fad
I grew up watching roller derby
and put it back on track.
You mean something to so many people.
Inside Rollerjam, the E Original Special, this Sunday at 8.
I've had 2 concussions. I've had 2 concussions. I've had 2 concussions.
Has anyone seen anyone this happy? This absolutely overjoyed. I mean, she is absolutely beaming at the accomplishment of having 2 concussions. And that was at the time this was recorded. Who knows how many she racked up afterwards. Flat Bob in the chat saying, the only problem is with all of today's fruitcake and snowflake fruitcake. I haven't heard fruitcake generation, but that's funny. Snowflake generation, I don't think any would even attempt to play. There might be a couple. I mean, they're still parkour guys, right? Look at all those parkour guys jumping between buildings. I mean, they're pretty cool.
Nail. Time talking about it, but Amanda didn't think too much of it, did she? Matthews off her back, and Blitch sets up, and Blitch takes Matthews down, and I mean hard. That happened on the other end of the track, and we can hear it, and now Timber. Oh, look out. But if they're all like this, you'll never get there.
No, you can't take that kind of abuse through a whole season, and then what follows it up to with the Timber, like you said, Roy, there you go.
Full weight right down on her back. Conamack and Matthews are tooth and nail. Oh, Jamie
blowing in the air there.
So did Shea Brown. He's out of there? No, because Shea Brown railed her.
Got to give edge Conamack. I win. There you go.
She's going to get... Look at that. You talk about good. Oh, my goodness. What a pull. Me too, Jason. You're not getting by without a fight. Boy, look at Atkinson work him over. Oh, did you hear that collision? And look, now there's the convict, Debo. He's all up in his seat, and his job, obviously, is to
Did you hear that, Mark? Move by Ginny Matthews.
So see, nothing happens to him, but everybody's always calling it.
On, you can read his lips. Come and get it. Now Loden is going to be turned around. Spun upside down.
Oh, goodness. And Stacy Blitz is beside herself. No! Don't.
Oh, look at this.
No. Oh, my gosh. Oh, shit. I can't believe this, Roy.
I think the wedding's officially on.
This is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Atkinson.
This is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
He's not going to hang around to celebrate.
Oh, my gosh, I love it.
You talk about teaching somebody a lesson. Loden thought she could win the team, win the game for her team, came out with the men, and winds up flat on her back.
Well, she may have stolen a lot of his moves. He's got her by the throat. He's got her on the back attack. He probably enjoyed the face full of crotch, but you see the demise of Denise Loden in the aftermath. Oh, my gosh, Rory. I thought I'd seen it all until I saw this.
Well, Denise Loden has felt it all, I guess. She's recovered. She's with Broadway. Come on.
Shoulder check. Disgusting. The way this was like a power bomb set up into a suplex, but she doesn't jump at all. He lifts her straight up, and then look at this. There's no give here, and look at the other ladies in the background celebrating. It looks like they really didn't. Doesn't it look like they didn't know what that was going to happen, but they're overjoyed? Look at how hard he brings her down. They both bounce. But she bounces so much harder because he's coming down with all of the... Look at that bounce. I mean, that's just disgusting. That's a disgusting bounce there. I mean, you can collapse a lung doing that. I mean, she looks out of it. They look overjoyed. I think that's the girl with the 2 concussions on the right? She looks like she's having a ball. She really looked like she found her true calling in Rollerjam. And again, in pro wrestling, like they kind of do certain things to help the guy out. That one ref, it looks like that one girl's attacking that ref. This ref looks like he's genuinely afraid of this guy and afraid to stop him. It also looks like she hasn't caught her breath yet, so she doesn't even know what he's going to do. Now look at this girl here in the background. She's trying to prevent the refs from interfering here. Oh, man. Let's watch the background here. It looks like the refs are genuinely fighting with him. Like, he shoved her so hard. It looks like she punched him beforehand.
I think the wedding's officially on.
I want to see the ref situation here. Like, do they think they're acting here? I mean, I don't think they're acting. They look like they're genuinely concerned for her safety, but also that they weren't. Even that guy in the background is like, what is going on? So it looks like it wasn't his ex. It looks like it was his fiancée, because the announcer said the wedding is on. Like, look at the guy in the background. He's like, what is going on here? And the girl in the foreground here, it doesn't look like they were aware. Even, let's say, even if this was somehow planned, it looks like they didn't tell any of these people. Yeah, Clark Rice, the announcer said, looks like the wedding is off. Heracles says, is that Tanya Harding? Oh, man. But look how concerned they... I'm not buying that this is acting. They can't act that good. I mean, these are like... These aren't professional actors here.
Hang around to celebrate. Oh my gosh, I love it. You talk about teaching somebody a lesson.
It's just so hilarious how happy these two are. Or these three. I think there was some genuine real-life beef with a lot of them behind the scenes. I actually found some Angel Fire websites from back then that discussed some of this. But we'll actually see it in the documentary. By the way, I haven't watched the documentary. I have it. We're going to go through it, fair use, obviously. But look at this check here. Look at... Oh! That was with the point of the elbow. That actually might have even gone to the solar plexus. That was with the point of the elbow. I mean, look at this guy. Look at this feminist here. Practicing feminism. I mean, this is crazy. He's totally treating her like an equal. He's not holding back here.
Stolen a lot of his moves.
He's so rough, too. Like, if you watch pro wrestling, nobody's that rough in grabbing people into a power. It's just kind of crazy. And look, again, it's all dead weight. She did not assist in any way with that.
He's got her on the back attack.
And it looks like he even drove her down with his arm even harder. And that's not on a canvas. In pro wrestling on the canvas, they actually, they do the opposite. They try to support their weight as long as possible.
He probably enjoyed
that bounce was so vicious.
But you see the demise of Denise Lode.
Alright, let's look at the refs here, because there's something weird going on with
Rory.
the refs. Everybody's didn't like it. Look at him trying to hold her arm here. Like, it's kind of rough. Like, I don't know, faked or not, it's pretty... I mean, that's kind of rough there. And now, she breaks free. It looks like she kind of is grabbing him by the throat here. Because he's the ref on the right is really rough with her a moment after this. And not only, so she's got this ref by the throat, and look at her stick her leg out to try to trip or prevent the other ref from getting to this guy. I don't know. Is this scripted? That's kind of intricate if it's all scripted. I mean, what does everybody think here? Because that's kind of an intricate sequence here where she's choking. I've never seen anything like this in pro wrestling. This kind of setup. And again, it's really rough. Like, this would be considered extremely stiff pro wrestling. I mean, it's just so rough the way these refs are handling them. So look at this. She's got one arm around this ref's throat. And then she's also sticking her leg out to trip or prevent the other ref from interfering with this, I don't know what we're going to call it, crotch busting. I mean, she's giving her best effort to make sure that this situation is not interrupted. Bam! And look, the ref, it looks like the ref actually was trying to get to him to stop him. Look how far, the ref is actually falling over the rail here. I think the ref situation might be, I don't know, everything going on with the refs. It seems like this is real. Look at the refs. So she's going to the one ref, then look at her sticking her leg out to prevent the second ref from getting there in time. And then the ref looks like he's diving to try to grab the guy to prevent this destruction here. Look at her body bounce up. Man. This is so brutal. This is so brutal. But look at the refs. Look how off balance they are. The refs make the situation with the refs right now is leading me to believe that this could all be real. Because again, I don't believe anything like this has happened be exactly like this. We're gonna hard because he looks has happened be exactly like this. We're gonna watch some other crazy stuff, but oh man, Flat Bob says, that was the one clip that makes me think it's totally legit. That is absolutely brutal. And I love it. This is better than any pro wrestling, better than any football, soccer, basketball, or any other sport. This is the absolute pinnacle and perfection and entertainment. No, but just watch the refs, though. Watch the refs. There's something about the ref situation that makes this, and her reaction. Is she really that good at it? Because look at this. The roughness. Like, what happened right there? Look how hard the ref shoves her. She almost falls over the railing. I think she kind of clipped the guy's throat kind of hard, because he looks genuinely mad here. Like, the ref is shoving her so hard. Look, she's almost falling over the railing. This ref did not like the way she handled him. I wish we had more angles of what's going on with the refs. It looks like she might have elbowed him too first.
I think the wedding's officially on.
The way he just skates away without taunting, and look at that bald spot. It looks like he's balding from just all the stress of being a roller jammer. I mean, come on, this has to be real. You don't go through this much stress. Like that bald spot right there. That's some serious evidence for all of this being real. I mean, just look at the balding spot there. Clark Rice says, Bruce, we gotta bring this back and run syndicated betting parlors and then rig the action like Whitey Bulger. Vis-a-vis. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. No, but just look at that bald spot and look at his demeanor. It's like, I don't know, did this lady cheat on him? Like, what happened behind the scenes here? Because even in pro wrestling, like, some of their storylines are actually based on real storylines. If anybody doesn't know about the whole Matt Edge and Lita situation, I mean, they capitalized on the real story for their storyline. So is that what happened here, where they kind of took something real that happened and something happened as a result of that? But I mean, I don't know. This just looks really weird. But look at that bald spot. Look at that balding area there. Is this balding induced by real stress? Flat Bob says, he was stressed because women wear down on you. I have a feeling he had been waiting to do that. See, in pro wrestling, you see the opposite happen. You see the wrestler actually lift at the end to actually minimize the impact. Here, look at his arm here. He's actually pushing her down harder. He's shoving her down so she comes down with even more impact. Look at the bounce. Look at her body bounce as a result of that. So let's watch it one more time. He's actually shoving her down into this extremely hard surface. Look at his arm. Boom! And then she just bounces. Off so hard there, and he genuinely looks enraged there. Like, he's taking out some serious rage. Like, it doesn't look like he's acting. Like, he's not going over the top, yeah, in your face screaming. I mean, this is crazy stuff here. All right, watch the refs again. Watch what's going on with the refs. So it looks like that ref knows what he probably thinks he's just pulling her out of the arena. Right? Because that's what it looks like at this moment. So, it's kind of unclear. If the ref isn't treated her so roughly. Now watch with the feet here. She has the wherewithal. So, because I've never seen anything like this in pro wrestling. And also, look at this guy's face. I mean, this is sheer rage here. I mean, look at his face. She looks like she still can't breathe, and she doesn't know what's going on, because she probably can't breathe from that suplex. Now look, so she's forming one ref by the throat, and she tripped the other ref here. That looks like a real trip. And now he's off balance, but still trying to reach with his arms to try to save this woman. See, look, he's still trying to reach and grab while off balance here. I don't know, man. This ref situation is crazy.
Is on Mr. Referee. You didn't see it.
Is basically useless out there, so she takes full advantage. And right now she's taking full advantage. She's got a pipe and she goes after Shea Brown.
Oh, man. Shea Brown took the...
So she takes full advantage.
For the hot dice. And I don't know if she's going to be able to stay up now because Denise Loden just gave her a little shot from behind. My goodness, Shea Brown took
a pipe. Now watch her face. She doesn't check. She doesn't know anybody's behind her at this second. And then bam. See it. Oh yeah, the ref saw the pipe. Now he's fighting with her over the pipe. I mean, I don't know. Is this real or is this scripted? Like, she's pulling that pipe so hard, and she lost that battle. And look at how rough he grabs her by the arm, too. Is this all scripted? I mean, I don't know. It almost looks like it's not. Like, these refs are manhandling people. And look at this guy. He's getting what he paid for. Here. Closing in on her if she could hear them, but... See, like, she's not looking over her shoulder. Here. She doesn't look over her shoulder a single time leading up to this attack. But look how quick this was. Oh man, that was so quick. And look how happy she is. What is going on here? This all looks like it's the same match, too. Is that like the third time? Is this all the same? Is this all the same? That was like the... Is that the fourth? No, that's the fifth time. That's the fifth time, because there were the 2 pipe attacks. And then this looks like the third uppercut. Maybe it's not all the same match. Oh, man. She really didn't like that one. It looks like... Okay, watch this. Look, she's fighting back here. Look, it looks like she tried to punch her right there, but she either missed, or maybe she didn't miss. Maybe she hit her, but this girl's got a much bigger pain tolerance. And then here's shot number 6. Is this 6 or 7 now? I mean, this is crazy. If it's all the same match. I'm not sure it is. Who's keeping track of the colors of the jerseys and everything? This girl's got a much... Yeah, that would really be bad for her if it was all the same night. And who is this random guy in a crown celebrating? Parade. Where are the refs? That was like the precursor to twerking. Oh man, they got this old lady to come out with a low blow and then a pipe attack. I mean, luckily that was on the helmet, but who is this old lady with a mohawk? And she didn't know it was coming either, because even with a helmet on. No, that must...
Somehow.
I just can't tell. It's like some... really brutal. Look at the ref. The ref is not pleased. Look at how the ref pushes away her legs.
You take away McDaniel.
He was gonna do a jumping split.
Brawl.
I tell people that I do Rollerjam and I'm a professional inline skater for the show. They go, oh, like the old roller derby? And I say, yeah, you know, remember, except it's on inline skates now. They're like, oh, that's cool. Do you really hit people? Do you get hurt? I'm like, yeah, look, I got lots of bruises.
Rollerjam is...
We cheat at any chance we get.
There was a lead pipe laying on the track, and I used the lead pipe, and yeah, I got a penalty for that, which I thought was really unfair.
Here's the only rule. Watch your...
Them either.
I wasn't aware.
Corner points.
I wasn't aware there were any rules in Rollerjam.
That is definitely evident in everything she does. That is evident in the entire...
There was a lead pipe laying on the track, and I used the lead pipe, and yeah, I got a penalty for that, which I thought was really unfair.
Here's the only rule. Watch your ass. That's the only rule that I play by.
Although the teams are co-ed, men and women don't compete directly against each other. But according to Keith Coppage, author of Roller Derby to Roller Jam, the sport is an equal opportunity injurer.
They can reach speeds between 30 and 40 miles an hour on the track. It's extremely dangerous. If you get hit and sent over the rail, you know, say whatever you want about the attraction of roller derby, that is tough.
In Rollerjam, if you go out there with the attitude that I'm going to get hurt, then you are going to get hurt. You have to step on the track with a totally no fear attitude and just get business done.
I used to play football, but Rollerjam is way more damaging to the body than football ever will be and ever has been.
Whoa! Weber just took him out of the play.
You fall on the floor, you fall on the cement floor. Get hurt.
Okay, look, there's no way this is fake. She just smashed her spine on the edge of that metal railing. Let's watch that again. Also, look at how he saves himself and then comes back up. It's a good strategy. But look at this. Oh, man! That can't be good for the tailbone. She just smashed her entire weight on. Is that a solid steel railing there? Like the bottom edge of the railing there? I mean, there's no give at all. At all here. This is not a canvas pro wrestling ring. And look at this power bomb. Like, it's totally real. She doesn't jump at all. She just lifts her up as high as she can to bring her over. I mean, this almost looks like middle school kids trying pro wrestling moves for real. Their opponent is not helping them at all. All right, now watch this spine bounce here. It's right here. Look at this. Oh! Oh, that can't be good. That can't be good.
It's a dangerous game.
I've separated my chest. I pulled 3 ligaments off my spinal column. I've cracked all of my ribs, dislocated both shoulders. I broke both my arms at one time. I've broken my legs. I had my knees operated on where I tore the ligaments. The list can go on and on.
Despite the serious risks involved, or perhaps because of them, Rollerjam players all share an intense devotion to the game.
I grew up watching roller derby, and it was really, when the kids are growing up, they have dreams and aspirations, and mine was to be a roller derby skater. I'm not sure what that's.
That was one of the best power slams I've ever seen. Let's look at this. Just the velocity here. Oh, man. They could have broken their legs doing that. Well, apparently that other guy did, but... What? Oh, that was kind of a real punch right there. It looks like he really punched him in the face right there. And it looked like he did not hold back on that either, on that knee drop. Let's watch that again. Was that a real punch to the face here? That looked totally real to me. We need to get the other angle from that other camera guy. This looks like he punched him so hard right there. And look at that. He went all up in the air with his entire body weight. Because in pro wrestling, like, you can see them catch themselves. Alright, now let's watch this power slam here. Oh! Oh, man, that's vicious. That is so vicious. I mean, that could have been some broken ribs right there. This is absolutely phenomenal. This is the most entertaining sport I've ever seen, and it's not even close.
That's what it
was. Or perhaps because of them, Rollerjam players all share an intense devotion to the game.
I grew up watching roller derby, and it was really, when the kids are growing.
Here's the
1935, my
Okay, so that was last night's episode. So we found that bounce off the edge. Yeah, I mean, even the top railing can't be that thickly padded because there was that one guy who was skating on top of it. I don't know, I think that one punch might have been real. If you watch somebody get punched in the face for real, their head, there's a slight delay. Like in a Hollywood movie, there's no delay. The head snaps with it because they know they're being punched, so they do it fast. A real punch, there's a fraction of a second delay, which is what we saw there. And, I mean, we really need to see the other angle, but, I mean, we've watched, I mean, there were other punches straight to the back of the head. You could watch it in episode 1, and, like, they were real punches to the back of the head. Okay, so let's, I Am Iron's Cat said, did anyone take out the camera guy? It's probably happened. I mean, it's happened in pro wrestling. I mean, clearly an accident, but, yeah. Well, let's continue here in this documentary, but yeah, that was just, you know, we went through some highlights just for people that are new, but yeah, let's try to get through this here. I mean, it's absolutely brutal, staged or not, and the acting, like, these, if they're acting, they're so much better than any pro wrestlers because they are so convincing.
The basic rules of roller derby, Rollerjam adds new teams, faster inline skates, and over-the-top storylines.
These guys aren't worried about the game, Roy. They're worried about payback to Mark DeMono.
There's more action off the track than there is on, and they put him in the cage.
It is very cool to watch Rollerjam. It was not cool to watch roller derby. Everybody watched it. Few people would fess up to it. But Rollerjam is something very different.
In its almost 70 years of existence, the roller derby has undergone many changes. But one family of skaters has played a major role in keeping the derby on track, the Atkinsons. 3 generations of these supreme skaters have competed in the game.
Buddy Atkinson Sr. started with the game around 1937, not long after it had evolved into kind of the game that we know now. His wife, Bobby Johnstone Atkinson, was a wonderful skater. She was the first blonde bombshell in roller derby. And their son, Buddy Jr., ended up skating in roller derby mostly for the New York Chiefs. His wife, Drew Scott, was a fine skater with the team. Their son, Sean, skates now for the California Quakes. He is the superstar. Everybody loves Sean. So the clan started then, and it's with us now.
Buddy Atkinson Sr. and his wife, Bobby, raised their children on the road with the derby.
On the road, it was a little on the rough side, but the roller derby always furnished us babysitters, which made it a lot easier.
I was raised on the road. We traveled by bus, we traveled by train, very little airplane back then, and cars. All through the 40s, in about 1957, I wanted to skate. My mother and father were still involved with roller derby. I started training, then I went and skated pro in 58. I met Drusilla in 1958. She was skating on the team opposing ours. We got together because she got fired. My dad hired her, she became my partner, and she's been my partner ever since.
Buddy Jr. and Drew raised 2 of their children on the road as well.
My mom skated 7 months pregnant, and they used to have to let out the uniform. Only the uniform person knew about what was going on, so that was kind of weird. Everybody hears the story, says that's what's wrong with me. I've been like banged around too much.
I had a 2-year-old and a 5-month-old on the road, and we were doing one-nighters all over the country, went from one end to the other end, the whole United States.
I grew up on a bus going from town to town, going to every pavilion watching roller derby. I didn't just watch it on TV, I actually was at every event.
People would probably want to know, well, what did you do for babysitting when you skated? Well, what I did is I took a dresser drawer for the baby out of the motel room, made a bed in it, carried it down the marina, and put it in the dressing room. And while I skated, he came in the dressing room and watched the kids. And while he skated, I came back in the dressing room and watched the kids.
And that's the same thing that happened in my era. My mother and father did the exact same thing.
My wife died and 3 years ago. We were about 54 years we were married. And that's what I missed the most, is seeing my wife being here with me.
My grandmother, God rest her soul, I think she would be proud of the way the games progressed. She was one of the first to unzip her top. She wore her top a little low. She drove motorcycles when she shouldn't have drove motorcycles. She was a little crazy in her own way. There's a lot to live up to, 3rd generation skater.
I'm so happy because my mother and my father were both Hall of Fame, and I'm really touched. And I'd like to share this moment with my son.
Our children had a lot of people around them that loved them and took care of them and nurtured them, taught them lessons. The things that our children learned from skating is way beyond what most children are given the opportunity to be around. And I think it was fantastic.
Coming up, more on Joni Weston and the Daredevil Women of the Derby.
That hammer punch, boy, it hurt.
to the inside.
Robles and gambles, set up a double block. Oh! That guy can fly!
I have one move, it's called the rail, when I jump up on the rail and try to smash my back into the opponent coming into me.
Oh, and lead him right into that shot by McDaniel.
For the skaters of Rollerjam, creating a signature move is the key to successful slamming.
The screamer is basically a head-on collision where I just throw my legs out to the oncoming opponent, and the eliminator is I actually lay down on the track and flip them over.
Whoa, that was insane. How have we not seen this move before? This is absolutely crazy. I mean, this could mean death. Let's watch that again. I mean, that was absolutely insane. It looks like he doesn't know what he's going to do. Because again, keep in mind, I mean, these guys are skating so fast and they're doing dozens and dozens of minutes here. Oh man, somebody could get killed here. I mean, how many broken ribs were there? I mean, it seems kind of crazy that they don't wear those football pads with the hip and tailbone protector. It seems like that should be required for this. Because do they even know which one he's going to get? Look how many skaters there are all around them. Look at that velocity. Oh, man. Right on the tailbone. Look at that repulsion off the track. Look at that bounce right off the tailbone. I mean, this is absolutely brutal. I mean, even that, look, that's 100% body weight there. Like, if you watch pro wrestling, they'll cheat it. And it's not, and it's obviously on the canvas, but they'll cheat a lot of it. There was no cheating there. It's almost like these are people who think pro wrestling is real. Like, they don't know pro wrestling is fake and how to do all the little tricks to avoid damage. And then they go do it for real in Rollerjam. Oh man, this is crazy. I mean, we need to counter how many tailbones were actually cracked in Rollerjam. I mean, these are so nasty. For anybody that's taken a fall, like, has anybody here fallen, like maybe on the ice or in the street on their tailbone, or even on a hardwood floor? If you take all of your weight on your tailbone, that hurts so bad. Even just from standing, like without any velocity before you fall. Now imagine you're flying through the air and coming down on, it looks like, because look at the guy next to him, it looks like the other guy tried to get out of the way and he was going too fast. Not to mention the damage to the ribs from those rollerblades. Like, look at the amount of pressure to hit those ribs. Yeah, watch the bounce here. Oh, man. That's so vicious. That is so vicious. Like, how did he not crack his tailbone? And look at that spandex. Like, they are not... Oh! And he followed up by destroying another guy. Oh, this is so crazy. This is beyond crazy.
The opponent coming into me.
Oh, and lead him right into that shot by McDaniel.
For the skaters of Rollerjam, creating a signature move is the key to successful slamming.
The screamer is basically a head-on collision where I just throw my legs out to the oncoming opponent, and the eliminator is I actually lay down on the track and flip them over with my feet.
Oh, I hope he's motivated enough to stand up after that one.
Rollerbones, I stop in the middle of the track and I flip them over my body and they hit the floor. Windmill, I spin them around and I slam them.
Oh, Weber just took him out of the play.
I have the whiplash where I grab him up around the neck and flip him. Then your basic just punch in the face I have too, which works pretty well.
But with fists flying and bodies colliding, some experts believe players should think about more than just entertaining the audience.
By taking it to the extreme, they're thinking about kind of the glory now
and a lot of times not really thinking about the hurts or the consequences that'll happen later.
And the Ack attack just levels.
Thinking about kind of the glory now, and a lot of times not really thinking about the hurts or the happen later.
And the Ack attack just levels Sam Martin. Oh, I don't know if Sam's going to be getting up.
Pop culture analyst Anthony Mora, author of The Alchemy of Success, says fame can be a deadly lure.
It's a real danger, but to them, it's worth the risk. It's they're going for the top of of this particular field.
Okay, that might be a cheap aluminum trash can, but that might be the hardest I have ever seen somebody hit with that. Let's look at this. I mean, just look at this. I mean, this kind of viciousness, you don't even see this level of viciousness in pro wrestling. He doesn't even hit him in the helmet. Look, he hits him at the base of the neck. He hit him in the base of the neck so the helmet couldn't protect. And look at the convulsion after that. I mean, this is so insane. This is the most insane sport I've ever seen. It's like they're intentionally trying to aim around the helmet to do the most amount of damage possible. Watch how carefully he aims that to go below the helmet to get the base of the neck. And watch the convulsion after. Watch this convulsion. Oh! Oh man, this is absolutely insane.
He just knocked him cold. He's
Oh, now I feel bad for laughing. Is he legitimately out right there? That's crazy. Wow.
It's a real danger, but to them, it's worth the risk. It's they're going for the top of of this particular field.
I think he just knocked him cold. He's unconscious.
They want the adulation, they want the money, so it's worth their risk for them.
The last taping here had a girl get a couple teeth shoved up in her gums. Another girl got like 3 vertebrae in her neck crushed.
I've had a lot of injuries. I've had head injuries. I've had shoulder injuries. But I don't know. I'm like a Timex. I keep it licking and keep on.
I got like 3.
I'm like a Timex. I'm like a Timex. I keep it licking and. I don't know. I'm like a Timex. I keep it licking and keep on. I'm like a Timex. I keep it licking and. I don't know. I'm like a Timex. I keep it licking and keep on. I'm like a Timex. I keep it licking and keep on ticking.
I think she's definitely my favorite. I mean, who here is disputing that this woman here has not lived a very interesting life? She sees, I mean, a lot of people, they go to their 9 to 5, they go home, they watch Netflix, and that's their whole existence. But look at this young woman right here. I mean, she seems like she has truly lived.
I had the shoulder separated. I've had this one separated. Sprained ankles, nothing major.
I've had shoulder injuries, but I don't know. I'm like a Timex. I keep it licking and keep on ticking.
I had the shoulder separated. I've had this one separated. Sprained major. Separated. Sprained ankles, nothing major.
Oh! What a collision!
I've had 10 stitches in my face. I've had a sprained ACL, which is the anterior cruciate ligament of your knee. Very, very important. Bruises, bumps, contusions, a slight concussion, and latest and greatest is my nice road rash in unmentionable places.
The risk of injury elicits mixed reactions from players' parents.
She's down on the tracks.
My mom, she thinks it's way too violent for me. Typical mom. You have such a pretty face, blah, 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 you know, it's too rough for you.
My dad gets a little concerned, but he's always been like that because I'm his little pumpkin. All my kinfolk in Mississippi, oh, they're just loving it. They call me, we watch you every Tuesday and Friday night, and they'll call me after a game and say, are you okay?
My mom watches every week religiously. She's very
How does that bulldog maneuver work on a roller skating track? Because in pro wrestling, like, you could fake it. And it's a canvas anyway, even if you take it on the forehead. Like, that helmet is not bouncing. Her chin is bouncing off the track there. Like, what is going on here?
Okay.
My mom watches every week religiously. She's very proud of me.
My family doesn't even miss a show. They come down here every taping. I mean, I don't even have to ask or anything. They're here. They make business cards for me.
Can be even more dangerous than it looks.
Welcome to the wonderful world of Rollerjam. This is the ramp. We all skate up, and there's like pyro flying up. We have to be careful that our hair doesn't catch on fire because of the hairspray.
Oh, here's somebody we haven't seen yet tonight.
So we come up here, and personally, I like to do the little wee, woohoo, superstar thing.
Women's Demolition Derby coming up next. Jamie Calamak.
And this is
So they had her name there, Jamie Calamak. Let's get a confirmation here. Did they have? I thought they put her name on the screen. Yeah, they did. They definitely did at one point. Jamie Conemac, C-O-N-E-M-A-C. Is she still alive? Let's double check. Well, I found another video clip, and we could be the judge if if this is a real fight or not. But I found another clip of her fighting. All right, hold on, hold on. Oh man, this is so crazy. Once again, I have to ask: is there any sport this entertaining? Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I can't find too much stuff on her. Yeah, I mean, can't really find much on her. I mean, some of the other more famous ones, they are on social media. They're still alive. Can't find too much on her, though. I think she's my favorite, though. I mean, just the attitude and everything. Flat Bob says, there is no sport this entertaining. Scott Hawkins says, I didn't know I liked any sports until I learned of this one. I Am Iron's Cat says, the sport Calcio Storico is incredibly entertaining. The referees carry swords in case they have to break up fights, especially when the crowd tries to intervene. That sounds interesting. Scott Hawkins says, the career path and those injuries seem to have really worked out for her. Hey, man, you can't say she hasn't really lived, though. I mean, can you imagine how much fun that was, though? Even if it was only for a couple of years? To just go out there and do what she loved. I mean, she's, again, lived more than probably 99% of people out there.
Pyro flying up. We have to be careful that our hair doesn't catch on fire because of the hairspray.
Oh, here's somebody we haven't seen yet tonight.
So we come up here, and personally, I like to do the little wee, woohoo, star thing.
Women's Demolition Derby coming up next. Jamie Colomac.
This is our lovely track where all the bumps and bruises and scrapes and scratches happen. For all you people that think you could put your skates on and show me up, I'd like to give you some food for thought here. The track is made out of a plastic laminate. Underneath it, there's wood framing and, of course, more aluminum. But when you hit this, it might give a little bit, but, I mean, it's still really bad.
Wow. So that's plastic on wood and aluminum. Like, watch her body bounce. Like, even just do it. She came down so slow, and look at the reverberation of her entire body there. Because she came down from 1 foot. Oh, man. She came down 1 foot off of 1 foot, and watch her entire body reverberate off of just 1 foot. Ow. That probably hurt just doing that. Can you imagine going 30 to 40 miles an hour and getting body slammed on top of that?
Hurts really bad when you land on it. This right here is called a rail, and this is your upright, and this is called a kick rail. It really doesn't matter how much padding, because if you're going at the right speed and this gets knocked into you, you can get jarred up pretty good.
And set her up for Shea Brown.
These are the team benches, a home team or an away team on either side. Not to mention, these are really good to hit people in the head with, too.
And Lawton sends Weintraub into the bench.
We do have the medical staff, which is here waiting and ready in case if there are any injuries. So you do come here. I like to use this table to sleep on when I'm tired, but don't tell anybody. This is a really, 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 really big truck where all the wires and everything come together and put the show together. You know, like camera one, camera two, camera one, camera two. So we're gonna take you inside the truck. I'm excited, I've never been here before.
Is it just me, or is she just absolutely hilarious in everything she does? Just the way she talks. Oh, man.
Like camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2. So we're gonna take you inside the truck. I'm excited, I've never been here before. This is inside the truck and has that new truck smell. Carpet and everything, this is nice. I'm excited, I've never been here before. This is inside the truck and has that new truck smell. Carpet and everything, this is nice. These are all the monitors and all the computers and knobs and just, I guess the best word for it is just stuff. Well, this is the director's chair. I feel so special. And this is where he sits there and orders people and says, take 1, take 2, get rid of that, get rid of them. Where's Jamie Conomack? Let's put her on the screen. I could get used to this. Where's Jamie
Notorious women.
Conomack? Let's put her on the screen. Where's Jamie Conomack? Let's put her on the screen. I could get used to Jamie Conomack. Let's put her on the screen. I could get used to this.
Still to come, roller derby's most notorious women tell all.
I always hung around with guys because the girls couldn't skate fast enough and I beat up all the guys.
Welcome back. The original side roller. For the women of Rollerjam, slaps in the face and slips on the track are all part of the game.
Whenever we go out there.
Okay, let's take a look at that again. Who thinks those were fake shots? Who thinks those were fake shots right there? That was just pure viciousness right there. Look at the takedown by the neck. Oh, man, right by the neck. Now, look at these punches. I think we might have seen this clip before. Straight to the back of the head, under the helmet. I mean, those are hammer fists to the back of the head, and even the helmet came up. Look at that elbow to the chin. And look at this. This is also a hammer fist. Oh! Look at the way her body bounced off the track after that hammer fist to the back of the head. I mean, who thinks this is fake? I mean, obviously she doesn't have a ton of power, but she's, you know, she's still hitting hard. She's not an MMA fighter, but... Oh, man, elbow to the chin. This hammer fist is vicious. Bam. Look at the collapse to the track. Oh, man. Oh, let me bring up that clip from before that I mentioned with Jamie Conomack, however you pronounce her name. Let's watch that clip.
Segundos en el reloj, última jugada del tercer periodo y se mantiene el empate. Salen a la cacería Jamie Conomack y Heather Gonin. Esta será la última pelea. Sí, logra desquitarse. Finalmente Jamie Conomack logra estrellar a Heather en la barandilla, así como Heather Gonin lo hizo en un partido de inicio de temporada. Y Conomack dice, con eso es suficiente. No quiero puntos, pero Gonin no se queda atrás y empieza la bronca en el centro de la pista. Los árbitros están distraídos, no saben a quién atender, si a Conomack y a Gonin o a las compañías que quieren entrar a la bronca. Vemos cómo se trenzan, cómo se dan duro. Parece que finalmente el árbitro entra a poner el orden.
I don't know. Looked kind of like a real fight to me.
No.
Kind of looked like a hockey style fight. I mean, it's still kind of like a girly fight, but... Oh, man. I mean, look at these shots. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on. Oh, man, that looked like a real shot right there. That looked harder than a lot of MMA punches, like in a wrestling type situation, because you don't have that much space to wind up hard. She wound up pretty. Oh man, she wound up pretty good there. That was harder than a lot of MMA punches in this position. Oh, Les Xylophone with the blasphemy. I've seen better fights at the old folks' home. I mean, I don't know what kind of old folks' home you go to. Is it the old folks, a former kickboxer? Alright. Let's continue here.
Whenever we go out there, I mean, we just go out there scratching, fighting, kicking, clawing, anything that we have to do.
Oh, man! But despite the bumps and bruises, these hard-charging chicks still look sexy on skates.
Our girls basically are allowed to like wear practically nothing, but they're great athletes. I mean, yes, we do show a lot of TNA, they say, but they also got to be able to perform.
While today's competitors may show a little more leg, the women of roller derby have always captivated audiences with their unladylike behavior on the track.
At the time that roller derby started, and this was almost immediately an innate criticism, was how can you let women compete on the same basis as men?
Since roller derby began in 1935, women have competed in the game as equals to men. From its earliest years, crowds flocked to see these sexy skaters. But it would be decades before women were accepted as competitors in a professional sport, let alone one as violent as roller derby.
Back in the 30s and 40s.
Well, what an incredible sport. Just pioneering feminism. Just absolute pioneering.
Women weren't supposed to act like this.
It was considered unladylike, ungracious.
Jerry Seltzer, son of roller derby creator Leo Seltzer, believes that female competitors have always been just as talented as their male counterparts.
Many years, my father resented the fact that nobody would take the game seriously because of the fact that women were competing within it. And of course, afterwards that became a huge advantage because people would say, you know, they want to come to see the women knock each other around.
To see women cutting loose and yelling and screaming and fighting was an attraction in and of itself. They used to say that the women brought them in and the men played the game, you know, and in some respects that was true.
While women have always competed in roller derby, it wasn't until the early 60s that the sport had its first female star. Joni Weston, a gifted athlete with long strawberry blonde hair, began competing at age 18. She gained national recognition for her sex appeal and athleticism.
Joni eventually became roller derby personified for a lot of people. People didn't maybe know the ins and outs of the game, but she became probably the best known female athlete.
At 5'10", Joni towered over her rivals. Known for her quick feet and hard punches, the blonde bomber took the game by storm.
Joni Weston is the top-of-the-line female skater of all time. She's a legend.
She was a powerhouse blocker, but she could jam. She could do almost everything a guy could do on the track, and that transcended to the girls' field.
I skated with her. I coached her. I had my grievances with her, but she was good for the roller derby, very good.
The derby not only gave Weston an athletic outlet, but also brought her true love with fellow skater Nick Skopas.
Joni and I went together for about 15 years before we actually got married. Got married around in 1982. We were pretty happy together. I was into hot rods, she was into dogs. She was a very, very talented person, a very strong skater.
I mean, look at this. Rollerjam even bringing romance to the track. I mean, not so much in the modern case where, from the clips we were watching of the failed engagements, former fiancés at odds, but yeah, back in the day, I mean, look at this. Rollerjam or roller derby delivering the goods in every single category here. Absolutely incredible. But yeah, I'm gonna stop it here. We'll be back for some more Rollerjam in this comprehensive examination of the greatest sporting event of all time. I can't think of anything more entertaining or even more brutal. I mean, MMA in certain ways is safer than this because the fight ends. It could end in a minute or two. You know, you can submit, get knocked out. Here, it just keeps going. The mayhem never stops. Chin Chin says there's violence, romance, everything. Yeah, comedy. I mean, it's absolutely insane. But, yeah, we'll catch you guys next time. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us for another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you want to help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Like and share. If you're not getting notifications, you could also become a free patron on Patreon. Get notifications through there. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the legendary Rollerjam series. This is episode 3 in breaking down the most incredible athletic spectacle in the history of mankind, never seen before or since, Rollerjam. If you want to help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, as evidenced by Rollerjam not even being an Olympic sport. I mean, who can believe that this is not an Olympic sport? You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting notifications, like, comment, and share MindShock videos here on the Bruce McGuire channel, the home of MindShock More. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. Or you can just become a free patron on Patreon. Get updates through there, even through the free tier. You could also check us out on Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Or if you were with us here live, drop them in the live chat and I'll try to get to each and every one of them. Welcome back, all the Mind Shockers, for episode 3 of what is sure to be an incredible series here on MindShock, diving deep in a comprehensive and exhaustive fashion unlike any other media out there, mainstream or otherwise. Welcome, Lord Zed, South to West, Flat Bob. I am Ion's Cat. Hopefully everybody has checked out the first 2 episodes because we're picking up right where we left off in the Rollerjam documentary. Fair use all the time, nothing but fair use up in here. Alright, so let's pick up where we left off, and then we will dive right back into the mayhem, and I've even got some table matches to watch after this.
For about 15 years before we actually got married. Got married around in 1982. We were pretty happy together. I was into hot rods, she was into dogs. She was a very, very talented person, a very strong skater. Skated against men and held her own pretty well, unless it was a bigger guy. And I mean, even I couldn't hold my own against a bigger guy.
After the Derby ended in the early 70s, Joni opened a training school for skaters. She hoped to attract a new generation to the sport she loved.
Joni herself gave an awful lot of time and effort to get the game going, and she would do countless interviews and so forth to try and see if there could be some interest out there.
Although Joni died in May of 1996, her legacy lives on in the skaters of today.
I think Joni Weston is alive in every single one of the female skaters out there. I think that this was her dream, and I feel that, you know, she's with us and she's blessed us with this sport coming back.
While Weston was by far the most beloved skater of all time, her arch rival Ann Calvello inspired a different emotion.
Ann Calvello, as a skater, was very unique to us because Ann always wanted people to hate her.
I would never try to hurt anybody intentionally or anything, but I just wanted to win, and if I didn't.
You gotta love that soundbite. As she's pounding away on somebody's... You gotta love the soundbite here. Because as she's pounding the back of somebody's skull, she's saying she wouldn't want to hurt anybody intentionally. Let's take a look at that again here. Oh, man. Wow. I mean, these are like hockey fights. Some of these Rollerjam fights are like hockey fights. And look at it. I mean, just this is just a leading sport of feminism, right? I mean, they had these female superstars starting way back in the 30s. In the 30s, and they're already, you know, just the feminism on full display, including by the men. I mean, the men treating the women like they're equals. I mean, I'm surprised that feminists haven't wrote more of Rollerjam. You would think it'd be part of theses all over universities.
And if I didn't, well, most of the time I did, because I'm such a competitor even to this day.
And there we have Ann Calvello moving out, the fiery Ann from San Francisco.
Ann started skating in 1948 and quickly gained a reputation as the toughest woman on the track. She broke all the rules, getting a rise out of her fellow skaters and her fans.
Ann is just the prototypical villainess in a role that she created.
Oh, there's bad blood here.
Calvello's bad girl attitude was often overshadowed by her bizarre sense of style.
For St. Patrick's Day one year, she dyed her hair green.
There was too many natural blondes around with the suntan. I just did my hair green.
And this happened to be on when the Derby was in color on television, and the fans wrote in and talked to her, and they said, do it again, do it again.
I used to put car paint on my nails because you couldn't buy these nail polishes. And I used to put for the lipstick and
just look at this pioneer. I mean, now we know where Dennis Rodman got all this from. I mean, like, this is the original Dennis Rodman here. This powerhouse of a woman with all this style.
stuff would be eye makeup on my lips, you know, because I would skate with green lipstick, blue, and all that, but it'd be stuff for your eyes. Now you can get it everywhere.
Today, at age 70, Ann continues to surprise people. This former demon of the Derby holds down 2 jobs, working in a supermarket and collecting tickets for the 49ers. And occasionally, she can still be seen circling the track.
I really haven't changed that much. You know, I have a few wrinkles, but not much for being in the sun 70 years.
Coming up, meet the die-hard fans who fill the stands.
Rollerjam out the girls, the pimps are there.
But first, Rollerjam smacks down pro wrestling.
They hit a soft mat and a mat outside the track. We're hitting a hard surface and concrete.
Welcome back to the original special, Rollerjam. Take explosive energy and hard-hitting action.
That's the way to treat a king.
Mix in wild characters.
He's a caged animal at last.
And outrageous storylines.
I can't marry you when I have feelings for somebody else. I can't do it. I'm in love with Malibu and Stacy. I can't.
And Rollerjam sounds suspiciously similar to another popular Smash Mouth sport.
Oh, my goodness, they got him again.
Roller derby and roller jam are the most similar to wrestling of any type of entertainment out there, and that they're straddle the border between being sports and being entertainment.
Here they go again. Logan came out of the penalty box and went after Shea Brown again.
Wrestling has developed real characters, and it's almost like a novelization, a serialization of character. I think you'll see roller jam really developing that.
And for those of you who did not understand what just happened, I dumped her and humiliated her on national television.
Semi-jacked Bill Goldberg here.
And it's extremely extreme.
And takes him.
People almost get killed.
Wow, we haven't seen that before. Rollerblade kicks to the face. That's interesting. I mean, we've watched quite a bit of footage now, and I'm not sure we've seen that before. We got Derby Kitty up in here. I played roller derby, but roller jam is crazy. I mean, roller derby is pretty crazy too, but yeah, roller jam takes it to a whole new level. Let's look at this kick with the blade. This clip they showed before, I mean, oh man, that could break some ribs. Oh man, that looked like real impact. I mean, that's some sweet blade music to the chin. I mean, wow. So here's the thing. I mean, I don't know if this is all planned, because look at how different all of these attacks are. And there's just so many skaters, and it's just so wild with so much going on. I mean, do they really plan all of this? And the reactions that these people have to getting hit are so different and realistic, unlike pro wrestling, where they're almost like the same. I mean, this is just absolutely and look at the way she fell, too. Right on the tailbone. Like, in pro wrestling, like, they cushion their own falls, like, the way they fall. Like, they put their arms down or they land super flat. Here, everybody's taking it, like, to the tailbone or to the hip bone while clutching whatever part of their body got hurt in a very realistic fashion. Because if you really got kicked in the chin, you wouldn't be worried about how your butt's going to fall down on the track. You'd be stunned because of what happened with just the kick. I mean, this is really crazy. I mean, all these falls are just, the reactions are so realistic. Who was in here before saying it was all fake? They weren't buying it. I mean, even the way they hit the track, like, there's not even attempts to cushion themselves. As if they have no clue what's going on. Because in pro wrestling, I mean, even if they don't necessarily plan an exact body slam, they've been body slammed so many times, they know how to take it. Whereas here, all of these attacks are so unique. Oh, man. Look at the way she falls. Crack right on the tailbone. Oh, man. That's just vicious. That is absolutely vicious. Oh, man. Flat Bob says, I think all the action is legit. I just think the narrative is scripted. I know the injury is detained. Oh, no. For sure they came up with some kind of storylines. I don't think anybody was ever disputing that. Like some general storylines, you know, like that convict in that, you know, in the prisoner uniform. But as far as what they're going to do, I'm not sure they planned out anything. I mean, maybe something to the event of, oh, this person's going to get thrown out of the track, maybe, but they don't plan exactly how they're going to do it because the way that it unfolds so differently every single time and the way the bodies just hit the floor. I mean, it's just crazy.
The Hellcat and skates to the face. That's not very nice.
There's a lot of violence, but everybody gets up and walks away.
Despite the similarities, skaters insist Rollerjam packs a few more punches than wrestling.
Injury. Amanda Hertz is telling the referee.
If you look at wrestling compared to us, yeah, they hit a soft mat and a mat outside the track. We're hitting a hard surface.
I mean, this is just so crazy. I mean, look at that. The guy doesn't even have a helmet on. The guy, I mean, this is just sheer, utter insanity. I mean, this is just absolute insanity. Let's look at that again. Oh, man, we didn't see this one before. Oh, man, that's vicious. And look at that. That's her full body weight. Look at the bounce. I mean, that's just so crazy. I've floated this theory before. Is it possible all these roller jammers, they don't know pro wrestling is fake, so they just reenact it for real in roller jam? Because that's kind of what it looks like. I mean, it also reminds me of backyard wrestling with all the kids getting hurt because they kind of do it for real. I mean, these guys have the most late 90s look I've ever seen. Oh, man. Just look at how awkward it is, too. Like in pro wrestling, when two guys vertical suplex somebody, it doesn't look this awkward. It looks like controlled. This looks completely out of control. Like nobody knows what anybody's doing. There's no assistance from the person getting slammed. I mean, he could have easily died right there. Oh. Did he land on the guy's rollerblade? I mean, because he's offering them no assistance. It looks like they're really trying to hurt him, and he's not helping them hurt him. Whereas in pro wrestling, it's the complete opposite. The person getting slammed is actually assisting the person slamming them. Oh, Les Xylophone, you were the non-believer. Did you miss the rollerblade kick to the face earlier here? I mean, just look at that double suplex. I mean, that was the most real one I've ever seen. In pro wrestling, it looks totally controlled, with the person getting slammed in on it and helping the guy slamming him. Here, it's the complete opposite.
Surface and concrete.
I think that the audience can relate a lot more with the roller jam skaters than they can with wrestling, because when they watch us, they see an ordinary person of ordinary size that's just out there doing this phenomenal thing.
She's out here and she's all business now.
I give the wrestlers credit, but on skates, it's hard. Not everyone can do this. And people that haven't seen it watch it and they're like, wow, you guys do this stuff on skates. It's amazing, it really is. It's an art.
Look out now.
As with wrestling, art and athleticism often take a back seat to outrageous antics, like tonight's evening gown strip-off. This over-the-top relay race combines beauty and elegance with nail-scratching, hair-pulling, dress-ripping. Well, you get the idea.
This is right up your alley, Lee.
Oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
The most fun that I've had so far was that evening gown competition. The rules were 5 laps, anything goes. The girl at the end with the most clothes on wins. And so it was pretty much a free-for-all. That was just hilarious, in my opinion. I mean, I had a great time ripping the dresses off those other girls.
I had a dream like this once. When I first got this job, I thought maybe that's what will happen, and now look.
I think that the evening gown strip-off has by far been the most interesting and over-the-top thing that we've done yet in Rollerjam.
They're still battling each other. Stacy Blitch gets into that infield and grabs those flowers and hits Lindsey Francis over the hip foot. That must really hurt. Geez, Scott spent $8.95 on those.
Denise Loden, right now you're asking for mic time.
Yeah, I think, Danny, once and for all, that this race proved that not only are the women of the WSL strong and beautiful, but we got class, too.
Oh, yeah, you got a lot of class.
But these classy gals and their male teammates are also dedicated athletes who understand the value of physical conditioning.
We come here 5 days a week. We do arms one day, we do back and tries the second day, we'll do legs the third day, and then the fourth day just go back to cardio, and then we'll restart it all over again.
Usually I start with about 45 minutes of cardio every day, which just gets me warmed up, gets the juices flowing. Depending on what I've worked out on, how hard I trained the day before, how hard I skated, it's how I feel. It's how I feel.
I have the biggest guns in the whole league, okay?
Yet for many of these hard-bodied heroes, there's more to life than skates and weights. The X-Men want to be known for more than their extreme style of skating.
He landed hard on his back, but he doesn't care. That just makes him feel better.
We want to open up the floodgates to be, an idol to more than just teens.
Let them all
just
come in.
12-year-old girls.
Let me look this guy up. I wonder if he's still alive. It's Jason McDaniel. So, as of, what is this? As of 2014, he was still alive. Yeah, some of these people from Rollerjam are kind of hard to find. I mean, some of the bigger names are on social media, but not all of them. Yeah, I can't find too much on him. Are you sure that's the same? Phil in the blog says now an MMA fighter. I'm not sure that's the same Jason McDaniel. Obviously, it's a relatively popular name, but let's continue here.
You know, if you're 18.
The X-Men want to be known for more than their extreme style of skating.
He landed hard on his back, but he doesn't care. That just makes him feel better.
I want to open up the floodgates to be, you know, an idol to more than just teens.
Let them all
just
come in.
12-year-old girls. And, yeah.
You know, if you're 18 and over, come to us.
Yeah. Please.
Our goal in Rollerjam and whatever we do, we want to be on the cover of the magazine.
See, I've gotten this far, so far, you know. I want to be right here instead of right there. And someday I think it's going to happen.
Florida Sundogs captain Lindsey Francis spends her days away from the Rollerjam fast track, enjoying a more leisurely pastime.
Good boy. There we go. I started riding actually when I was a child, but I got into training at the age of 14. Marco is a 12-year-old thoroughbred. Any kisses? So thoroughbreds naturally are very high-strung and also very large. He's huge. I started competing also when I was about 16, and ever since then I've just been hooked. Any free time I have, I'm always out there training, and it's something it's just very rewarding when you're working with an animal that actually you can communicate in ways that you wouldn't think possible.
You know what? It was a total missed opportunity. A reality TV series about all the Rollerjam people behind the scenes. Like both at the Rollerjam arena and also what they do when they're not skating or training. That would be really cool. What a missed opportunity. Can you imagine? Can you imagine some of these personalities? Like that one guy who looks like Dennis Rodman? I mean, can you imagine what they're doing in their off time? Phil says, I created content for over 100 of them when they mattered. What do you mean, magazines? No, there is actually, Phil, there's actually an MMA fighter, Jason McDaniel, and it kind of sort of looks like him. And he was around 45 in 2014, so it might actually be him. There was one clip of him fighting MMA, and there's listings for a jiu-jitsu competitor, but I just don't know if it's the same guy. But yeah, some kind of reality TV series about all these personalities would be crazy. They could still do it today. They could do it The Last Dance, Michael Jordan style, where they catch up to them today for the ones that are still alive and what they're doing today, plus play all the behind-the-scenes clips and all the footage they have that has never been made public before, while reliving some of the craziest moments. That'd be super cool.
But if you think riding offers Lindsey a break from Rollerjam's bone-crushing danger,
Blitz pounding the back of France's head.
well, think again.
I've had a horse land on me before where I fractured my collarbone from a horse stepping on me, so it can be very hazardous too. You have this animal that's as big as a small car, and you're guiding it to go over places that you're not necessarily meant to go.
Coming up, some of Rollerjam's most ardent fans speak out.
I like the violence and the boobs and the butts and, you know.
Was that the most American Spectator thing ever said? And the look on his face while wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt. I mean, this is kind of crazy. Is he MK Ultra? I mean, I don't know.
Original special inside roller. Since its earliest days, roller derby has attracted a diverse crowd. From young children and teenagers to longtime fanatics, these screaming spectators have always had one thing in common. They love the heart-pounding action of this extreme sport.
I love Rollerjam because of the roughness. Like, Mark the Model punches people and elbows them.
Whoa. Let's watch that again.
I love Rollerjam because of the roughness. Like,
Oh. So he gets hit in the back of the head, and then he doesn't see the edge, and then he pops over it in the most unnatural, disgusting way I've ever seen. I mean, that guy could literally be dead. Look at the ragdoll effect. I mean, look at this. I've never seen anything like this in pro wrestling. Oh, man. That was like a smack straight to the back of the head. I mean, that's even illegal in boxing and MMA. You can't hit the back of the head like that. His head bounces, and then he hits the edge, and look at the ragdoll. He just ragdolls up. There's no way he planned to do that. There's just no way. I mean, this kind of ragdoll, like, notice how all of this is all completely unique. Like, in pro wrestling, I mean, pretty much everything is staged and set up, and all the individual moves practiced, for the most part. But these kinds of ragdoll incidents, I mean, this looks completely real. I mean, it's just insane. Flat Bob says, that kid liked the roughness. Today's snowflake cupcake soy-infused generation wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of sad. I mean, I don't know. I think the kids really like seeing the women fight, too. Oh, man. It's crazy. This is just absolute insanity. Flat Bob says, I pretty much walked around all day selling magazines for $20 a day. Absolutely miserable job. I'll never do it again. Yeah, I never actually did that, but I did know a lot of people who did. I mean, that was a lot of people did that. I mean, I don't know if it was quite as popular as delivering newspapers. But yeah, a lot of people sold magazines door to door. Yeah, that was totally a thing. I mean, this ragdoll, though, I mean, this is crazy. It's like he really got hit in the back of the head, bounced the front of his forehead off the track, and was so disoriented. I mean, he could literally be dead here. Who's actually surprised nobody died? Or if they did die, it was covered up. I mean, this is crazy. Like, how were there no paralyzations or deaths in this? I mean, there were in pro wrestling. In pro wrestling, there were paralyzations and deaths. But Rollerjam, which is way more hardcore, I guess it just didn't last long enough. Just a couple seasons, because, I mean, obviously in pro wrestling, there were much longer than 3 to 5 year periods where nobody got paralyzed or killed, so, yeah.
Model punches people and elbows them and stuff.
I'm the bad guy on the show, and they like me. I don't get it, but it's working.
I love Rollerjam because the hot guys.
3 words: Jason, Posse, and Mark.
I don't think we're teen heartthrobs, really. I mean, we're getting bits and pieces of it here and there. I mean, it's starting to catch on a little bit, but I don't want to commit to being that yet.
I think the reason people watch it is because it has a crash and burn element to it. It also has a campy element, a funny element, a competitive element, and I think all those combined make a show that a broad amount of people can watch and enjoy.
I like the violence and the boobs and the butts and, you know.
The main reason why we like Rollerjam because it's violent, it's intense, and it's pretty much like beyond anything out there now.
Whether it's the violence, sex appeal, or outrageous storylines that attract diehard fans, skaters know they can always count on the enthusiastic support of their admirers.
I love the audience. I honestly do, because they're your fans. They are what make you perform out there.
My goal is basically to entertain the audience. The wins and losses, I mean, the fans are following the game. They enjoy all that. But I think I want moms and dads to lose their voices because their kids are having such a great time and they're able to sit there and clap and scream.
When we have a big loud audience. You get so much energy from them. That's where we get our energy. And the more crowd, the more people that start coming to our shows and see our shows, the better it's going to be.
The best part about Rollerjam is the fans, the adrenaline rush when you come off the ramp, and just to see everybody's expression.
Here comes Shea Brown onto the track for the hot dive.
For all the fans and for, you know, everyone that's been supportive of us from day one, you know, give them credit, and that's what keeps us going. Their energy keeps us going. So I would say just thanks to all the fans that have been with us.
Oh man, that montage to the classical music needed to be like 20 minutes long. I mean, look at this. Look at this absolute viciousness in this montage. I mean, this is absolutely insane. Just the way the bodies fold is completely unlike pro wrestling. Like, it's like they think pro wrestling is real and they're reenacting it. Oh, that was a vicious club to the back of the head. Oh, man. Oh, man. Just the absolute viciousness and ruthlessness. I mean, this is unlike anything else. I mean, some of this is way more vicious than even MMA. Alright, so, yeah, let's get to some more matches here. Before we get to the table races, I actually found some demolition derbies. So I'm guessing this is no rules. So let's watch some of these. So let's watch the men's. This is the men's 2000 demolition derby.
On the track. He'll be one of many, many men's participants. Oh, look at this guy. There's going to be 17 total. The Big Nasty obviously is one of them, Tim Washington. Mo Sanders. We're going to start with 4 instead of the 3 the women started with. And the same thing, every 20 seconds, somebody else will be on that track. Who's the 4th? Rusty Montgomery of the Florida Sundogs. He'll have to, at least for now, forget about what Kenneth Lowe taught him, which was to skate clean, because there's no rules in this thing.
Well, he'll probably have to remember what Leonard Logue has taught him now that they've taken the gloves off of this new Sundog attitude of fight fire with fire. Couldn't have come at a better time for Rusty Montgomery as he goes into this winner-take-all demolition derby.
I don't know how you can tell those two loads apart or why you'd even bother to try. Now here we go. These 4 guys are going at it, and the last man standing wins, but there's going to be a lot more than just these 2. In fact, Rusty Montgomery's already done. Oh, and they're trying to get rid of the Big Nasty. Oh, did he ever throw Gamble aside like he was nothing?
I mean, this is just so wild. This is so absolutely wild. Let's look at this. I mean, helmets flying all over the place. Bodies flying all over the place. I mean, there's no padding on that track. I mean, that track is just hard plastic on wood. Oh, man.
Saw him and said, come on, look out. Oh, what a collision.
Rory, I hate to say it, but Sean Davison might have got the better of Big Nasty on that one.
Big Nasty's hurting.
No! That's Leonard Lowe.
It sure is.
Oh, no!
In his safari outfit. Oh, he gets knocked off his feet by the slave.
Oh, no!
In his safari outfit. Oh, he gets knocked off his feet by the slave. The love slave. Whoever the heck that is underneath there. Lowe's already out. Leonard Lowe.
Are you sure it's not Mark D'Amato?
I don't know who the heck it is. I don't think it's D'Amato. Doesn't matter now because he's done. Sean Davison took care of that. Here's another guy that has no chance. Scott Smith. See? What did I tell you? Davison and Washington are the two biggest guys in the league. They just collided with one another. It looks like they might be setting up to do it again. Meanwhile, all the go! It looks like they might be setting up to do it again. Meanwhile, all the go! The big nasty.
I mean, can you imagine doing these football-like collisions and tackles without any pads on? I mean, that's what's crazy. I mean, these are high-velocity collisions, and they don't have any shoulder pads or hip protectors or any of that stuff. The only thing they have is the elbow and knee pads. And some of them have helmets sometimes, but just covering the top of the head, not their chin or the back of the head. I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
He's a little bigger and a little nastier. Jason McDaniel's going to take off running. He stayed on. Oh, my gosh. Washington is knocked out by the Ack attack. If you just found out D'Amato was your brother, that's what happens to you. Oh.
This is exactly what I would expect something to look like that wasn't planned out. I mean, just look at this. It looks like neither one of them knows exactly what's going on. They try to drop kick each other, and it doesn't quite work. He gets clipped out and spins out right on his spine. I mean, see, in pro wrestling, too, one of the ways you can see everything is staged, you don't get mistakes like that, or whatever you want to call it, realistic collisions, where these guys are both trying to kill each other, and they're not helping each other, so weird things happen in the air. I mean, this is exactly like something that's not planned out would look like.
God, they're not pulling any punches in this one, are they? McDaniel and Atkinson are out there. And they're going to collide again. They're on a collision course. Oh! They're going to collide again. They're on a collision course. Oh! They're going to collide again. They're on a collision course. Collide again. They're on a collision course.
Oh, this is just never ending, Rory.
How can Atkinson have any ribs left? Here comes Weber. Weber and McDaniel are going to help each other, at least for the moment, work on the Ack attack. How in the world is Sean staying on that track?
Oh, here comes his teammate to the rescue, Aaron Slopey.
Slopey just flew out of the clouds to knock Weber down. All four of them managed not to slide into the infield. Ooh, Atkinson just down. All four of them managed not to slide into the infield. Ooh, down. All four of them managed not to slide into the infield. Ooh, Atkinson just tripped him up. He's going to try and pull him off the track. Did he do it? Yes, he did. Weber's gone. And McDaniel just threw Slopey down the ramp. And here
That was disgusting. Face first on the ramp. That ramp is not padded. They rollerblade down that ramp, so it's really hard. Like, I'm trying to remember, in pro wrestling, I don't remember them throwing people face first sliding down the ramp like that. I mean, maybe they did. I don't remember it. It was always on the back. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, that must hurt so bad.
down the ramp.
And here comes Kenneth Lowe. Get his little military helmet, Rory.
Slopey down the ramp.
And here comes Kenneth Lowe. Get his little military helmet, Rory.
What business does he have out there? Oh!
This just gets more bizarre with every passing moment, and it isn't subsiding one bit.
Kenneth Lowe has never done anything against the rules in his life, but he better run for his life now because D'Amato's out there. Lowe has an Army helmet on, and D'Amato's just waiting. Lowe threw his Army helmet off. He's out of his mind. He's battling to stay on that track. Give him credit. He's fighting D'Amato. Here comes the Chalene machine. Right now there are 5 left on the track.
And D'Amato is just destroying Kenneth Logue, and he is out at the hands of Mark D'Amato as Kenneth Logue. Both Logue brothers are gone. Big Tim Washington's gone. And the strength of the World Skating League is emerging as all that's left, Rory.
Ray Robles going after Chalene.
And Captain America, he's the last one to enter, Rory.
Bill Barker is the last contestant, so one of these guys is going to win this thing. Chalene and Weber go at each other against the rail. Both manage to stay on. D'Amato just dropped Barker. Atkinson's still there. He picks Barker up.
Oh, man, Captain America's gone.
The back attack took care of him. Robles and Weber collide.
Just look at how realistic all the action are. Like, even if you would trip going backwards, that would hurt real bad. That's what happened here. The guy literally tripped while moving backwards. And it looked like he hurt himself real bad. Oh, man. Oh, man. Les Xylophone says they had barbed wire bats and folding chairs. You talking about ECW? ECW? Yeah, ECW was pretty crazy with the thumbtacks, and there's a few other organizations that were even more hardcore, like super low budget indie organizations that were even crazier than ECW. But I'm talking about like just mostly mainstream pro wrestling here. I mean, this is just so crazy. Let's rewatch this here. I mean, look how realistic the action here is. It really looks like nothing's planned. Like, look, he literally just dodged, and then he tripped. Like, look. The other guy tries to hit him. He dodges. Look how he dodges. So the other guy looks like he kind of hurts himself. And look at this guy's skate. It just trips, boom, right on the tailbone, on the edge of the track. I mean, this is crazy.
Robles goes down. He's still on the track, but he's going to get pushed off. That leaves Posse, Chalene, Mark Weber, Sean Atkinson, and his half-brother, Mark
These are the last two.
Who's gonna make it? I'm gonna bet on Posse Shalene. That guy is tough. He's strong.
I don't know, Rory. I might have to go with Weber because Shalene is going to start to pose for the crowd. He doesn't have his mind into it, but Weber starts to take his clothes off.
This is going to be a gargantuan collision.
Oh, Posse Shalene wins. You were right. I lose.
He did it. This is going to be a gargantuan collision.
And for anybody thinking he was wearing some kind of pads on his back, nope. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Oh, Posse Shalene wins. You were right. I lose.
He did it. Posse, the Shalene machine. There's how it ended. Up, over, and out.
Alright, who's ready for the Women's Demolition Derby 2000? Oh, man. I haven't seen this yet. I didn't watch that one either, so let's see. Let's see what's going on with the madness here. I mean, just the absolute madness.
The Women's Demolition Derby coming up next. Jamie Conamack. Obviously, will be part of that. Oh, here's somebody we haven't seen yet tonight. Big Janet Abraham of the Florida Sundogs. And, once again, Amy Craig. Amy Craig could be in just about every event we have on this track. She could skate around alone and I'd watch.
I think she ought to do play-by-play for a game, and I'll just sit here and just hold her hand through it, Rory. We'll give you a break.
Yeah, thanks a lot, pal. Now, what's going to happen here? 3 skaters are starting on the line, and a new skater will come in every 20 seconds. With more on that, here's Broadway Danny Wolf.
All right, thank you, Rory. That's right. 3 of the roughest and toughest women here in the World Skating League will start off. And then every 20 seconds, you are right, a different mystery skater will join in. You are eliminated if your body entirely goes into the infield or you're knocked over the top rail onto the floor. That's how you're eliminated. The winner is the last girl standing.
Sounds simple enough.
Here we go.
These 3 started, but remember, every 20 seconds, somebody else will be coming down that ramp onto the track. So let's see if these 3 can last 20 seconds. Abraham is having her hair pulled. It looks like Craig and Conamack decided for the good of each other, they'd gang up on Janet. Did they get her to that infield? Yes, they sure did. Conamack kept the skate on the track. That's good. If her body had gone entirely into the infield,
Okay, I'm not prepared to say the outcomes are predetermined. Look at this. Let's say it was predetermined. How do you guarantee that when you're on rollerblades going 30 miles an hour? Look here. How would you guarantee that? Like, if she had just slipped an extra couple inches, it's over. She's all the way in the infield. Like, when you're going that fast and colliding with other people, how would you guarantee a predetermined outcome like that? With this amount of momentum and just random bodies colliding. I'm really not 100% sure this is predetermined. Now, that doesn't mean that they didn't have different scenarios. Like, they could have planned out a storyline, okay, if this happens. I mean, I have no idea who ends up winning. I haven't watched this one before. So, what I'm guessing is they probably had several different outcome storylines or whatever depending on what happened. Like, if this one ended up winning, then you're going to say this or do this. Maybe they did something like that. But I don't see how they could guarantee, like, with this amount of speed and momentum, like, how would they guarantee that?
Kalamak kept the skate on the track. That's good. If her body had gone entirely into the infield, she would have been out. So we have 2 left, and joining the fray now, Laura Weintraub. So we'll pretty much have 3 on the track at all times. Abraham is out. Weintraub, Craig, and Kalamak are the ones going now. It's kind of difficult on Kalamak and Craig to have to repel every challenge every 20 seconds. You see that gen clock there, and here comes Stacy Blitch. Hard to recognize her in her Quakes uniform. She hasn't worn that thing in a couple of years. She goes right after Weintraub. And Kalamak and Craig do battle. So we still have 4 out there. Doing a good job so far, I'll tell you. And now the Golden Girl's going to get involved. Oh, she's out. She's skating through the infield.
I don't know. I don't think Sean Corbin saw it. She's out there thinking she's okay. These girls are just going at it tooth and nail. Laura Weintraub's left the track in the hands of Stacy Blitch. Oh, this is just carnage. Things just got worse because Denise Loden just entered going the opposite direction. That could be no good for anybody.
That's like driving the wrong way on the freeway. Francis just kept herself in. Kalamak's out. You see her there in the infield. Now they're trying to dump Amy Craig off the track, but she got away from Stacy Blitch. Loden's going to go over and finish that job, I think. She just hit Blitch, who didn't even feel it. Now here comes Shea Brown into the battle. Another 2 seconds left in this particular jam clock. How many we got left out there?
Oh, no, the Hellcat brings a garbage can lid. That's all we need is weaponry.
Oh, my goodness. She knocked Shea Brown down, not off the track yet. So Shea's still alive until now. She's been pushed off by Loden. That means the Hellcat and Denise Loden, oh, are they ever going at it? On the other side, Francis goes over the rail, but so does Blitch.
And since the last girl, Leather Gunn, has just entered, they just keep coming, but that's it. And both of those that you just saw, Blitch and Francis, are out because they're off. And there's 3 left, Rory. It's going to come down to these 3.
We started with 3, we're left with 3, and now we're left with 2 because Leather Gunnan's off the track. So it's down to these 2 very tough women. Talisa Miller, the Hellcat. Oh.
The other thing is, like, what was her name? Was that Blitch before that got eliminated? She's like one of their biggest superstars. Did they both go over the top when they weren't supposed to, if it was predetermined? Because, for example, in, like, pro wrestling in the Royal Rumble, they don't usually have, like, major superstars eliminated right away. Because that's all predetermined. I mean, and you saw them struggling over the rail several times where nobody actually went over. Interesting.
And Denise Loden, who just about broke her knees right there.
Both good?
Well, the Hellcat's going through her Hellcat routine, and she forgot about Loden coming up behind her. Now Denise holds her down. If she can get her off that track and stay on herself, she'll win this thing. Clawing. She's using her cat claws.
Well, Denise Loden better be careful.
She did it. She got her off. She got her off. She won it.
Loden's the winner.
Denise Loden won it. She pushed the Hellcat off the track. Uh-oh. Now, the ice water. Oh, man. Cats hate water. You know that, don't you?
Well, you know the Hellcat hates water.
Oh, she is soaked to the bone, and she didn't even win for all her trouble. Denise Loden wins the Women's Demolition Derby 2000. The men are next.
Yeah, she was fully off the track, but it was after the other one was fully off the track. So let's see here. Because... Let's see. Is that off the track? Huh. Because she still had... Because she was on the body. Because she was balancing on the other girl's body who was still on the track. Once her body's no longer on the track, she put her hands on. That's curious. So if your skates... Because her hands were still touching her body, so the body was on the track, right? Yeah, I mean, that's technically off the track, but she's pulling... I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's weird. So what happened before that? Let's see what happened before that. Wait. So she already... Wait, did she lose... She lost right there. Wait, hold on. Was she already off? So she already lost before, so everything... Yeah, she's off. She already lost right there. Did the ref call it there? Because she already lost. So this is all after she lost. I'm guessing. So it doesn't matter what happens now. Because she was already off. Or did somebody not know? Like, what is the situation with the ref? Did the refs call something? Because the refs aren't doing anything. Oh, it looks like he just... That ref didn't know, but did the other ref already know? That was so weird. Yeah, it looks like she was off. She was pulling the other... See, here's the thing. Like, in like a Royal Rumble in pro wrestling, if you're still grabbing somebody who's in, even if you're out, you're not out. Because you're still grabbing... You're still... If you're hanging on to the person that's in. So, but technically, it looks like she lost... She already lost before that. So I wonder if the other ref... Like, the blonde... Like, are they both blonde? The one without the red... Is the other one Loden? That one, the famous one? But it looks like she would have already lost here. Like right here. So she's still on, but she's gonna stand up. Unless she's grabbing... Oh, so she... I don't know if that counts. So if you grab your opponent who's still on the track, if you're touching an opponent who is on the track, does that mean you're still on? Because she did that here. And then she did that here. Because she... We need a ref meeting here. I wonder what the first ref... Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah, both feet were off, correct. But if you're hanging on to somebody who's still on, what does that mean? Because both of them had both their feet off. Because the other one had her feet off earlier. So we don't know. We need a ref call on that. So if you're touching somebody who's on the track, are you still in even if your skates are off? So we need a rule clarification there. Welcome, Haley. We don't know. We don't know. Alright, so let's watch the... We're going to move on to the men's 2001 now. Maybe there'll be more clarification on the rules here, because we don't know. Because they both did it. Because the other girl did the same thing to her. She had both skates off, but was still grabbing the person on the track, or touching the person on the track. Alright, let's look at the men's Demolition Derby 2001 now. Let's see how wild this is. And then we'll do the women's 2001, and then we're going to do... The Opus, the table race. They're bringing out the tables. That'll be our grand finale.
So one race left to go. It's the men's demolition derby. It'll be similar to the women's demolition derby, except, obviously, what's the difference?
Yeah, a lot of strength in his men out there. They're not wearing lingerie.
No, that's right. Let's see the off who needs no introduction. Sean Atkinson on the track. California Quakes captain.
We knew the fans would vote him in on this one, Roy.
The fans voted in Bill Barker. To me, that's a little bit of a surprise. He's been on every team in the league, and presently, he's with the Hot Dice. Now the fourth skater, or third rather, is Chad Vaughn. Chad Vaughn of the Quakes. Doesn't get to shine too much during the regular season, but as far as a match race and demolition derby, he definitely is the prototype. Oh,
how about that?
The king who goes nowhere without his briefcase.
Is he going to skate with the briefcase?
Look at him. He's wearing a riot helmet, elbow pads, and carrying a briefcase. If you see a guy like that on the street, run the other way.
But you know what looks better?
Now, Broadway Danny Wolf, take it away with a further explanation.
Well, if you're into violence, if you're into mayhem, if you're in for brutality, the men's demolition derby is going to excite the heck out of you. 14 men will participate. We start with 4, and then every 15 seconds, a new skater will come down the ramp and join on in. The only way to be eliminated from the men's demolition derby is to go over the top rail onto the ground. Both feet hitting the ground, and then you're eliminated. Sean Atkinson.
Not nothing. 13 men and a king. Don't ever forget it.
Well, good luck to you, as always. Sean, I got to ask you, I know you were a little disappointed. The fans didn't vote you into the table race. What I just heard a few minutes ago is you broke records. The most votes ever in a demolition derby. They wanted to see you in this demolition derby. 14-man, last man standing.
I tell you what, I really appreciate it. And I tell you what, Richard Brown, you are the king, and you're about to get crowned Attack style. I'm going to tear this place off. Oh, damn it!
Every 15 seconds, we'll see another skater emerge, and the only way you can be eliminated
skaters
is by going over the rail. It doesn't matter, the infield, 3 seconds, forget all of that. It's over the rail and you're out.
Get set!
And there they go as Richard Brown carrying that briefcase. It's going to be every 20 seconds a skater will emerge from that ramp. Again, these 4 guys I think are at a disadvantage because they're going to have to go the whole way. Brown just knocked Atkinson down. Now he's dropped his briefcase and goes sprinting across the infield, and right in front of us, the King and Chad Vaughn are out. So 2 of them have already been eliminated right underneath us. Slopey's on the track, Eric Slopey of the Quakes. He and Atkinson have grabbed a hold of Barker, and they throw him out. So there are only 2 skaters on the track right now, and they're not exactly going after one another, are they?
No, they're both Quakes. So you're smart. Wait for somebody else to come out. There you got it.
The next one out is Jason McDaniel. Oh, they're going to gang up and go in opposite directions again. Oh, McDaniel and Slopey just knocked each other flat. They're both getting up slowly. Atkinson grabs McDaniel. Here comes the back attack. Remember, the infield doesn't matter. Sean Davidson, big Sean Davidson, knocks Atkinson.
So they had a rule change here. So infield is not elimination. The only way to get eliminated is over the rail. But that was pretty crazy.
Attack! Remember, the infield doesn't matter. Sean Davidson, big Sean Davidson, knocks Atkinson down. Now there are 2 Dice players and 2 Quake players out there.
They need to gang up on him. They need to gang up on the Slope Dog right now.
Davidson grabs Slopey. McDaniel goes up on the rail, and the rail biter takes Slopey down. Davidson grabs him. He's going to try and get him off the track and eliminate one more. Slopey, can he stay on there or not? Robles is entering. Oh, there goes Jason McDaniel, thrown off by Atkinson. He almost landed on our desk. Robles is entering. Oh, there goes Jason McDaniel, thrown off by Atkinson. He almost landed on our desk. But McDaniel's gone. Here comes a trash can. Oh, look out, Davidson, and he goes down right in front of us.
And there's Ray Robles, Roy.
Ray Robles is here. Oh, chili powder into the eyes of Slope.
They broke out the chili powder. This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. They brought a guy out throwing chili powder into the eye. Is this the greatest sport of all time or what?
Oh, chili powder into the eyes of Slopey and Atkinson. While they're dazed, he ought to get one of them. He's trying to get Atkinson off of there. So far, he hasn't done it. He grabs that same trash can that Sean just had and blasts him over the head with it. So far, he hasn't done it. He grabs that same trash can that Sean just had.
Helmet or not, cheap trash can or not, look at the angle of his neck on that impact there. I mean, just look at the angle of the neck there. Not to mention the sound. That looks like a more robust trash can than the ones they use in pro wrestling. I mean, it's still cheap-ish, but it doesn't look absolutely paper thin like the WWF ones.
Blasts him over the head with it. Now he's hitting Slopey. Oh, Robles is tough. Over the head with it. Over the head with it. Now he's hitting Slopey. Or he hasn't done it. He grabs that. So with it. Over the head with it. Over the head with it. Head with it.
These, like, the first punch maybe was real, but it was kind of light. This second punch here, look at how far and how fast his head rebounds from that punch. I mean, that's just insane. Like, oh, that was a club. That was like a two-handed axe handle smash. Watch this second punch here. Watch this punch here. His head just bounced across, like, several feet across. I mean, I don't know. People are saying this is fake. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that punch was pretty vicious.
Now he's hitting slow. So far, he hasn't done it. Over the head with it. Over the head with it. Over the head with it. Now he's hitting Slopey. Oh, Robles is tough.
Robles wants to win this. Look at him go.
He's gotten rid of Slopey. Gamble's on the track now. Ryan Gamble's on the track, and Posse Shalene is coming on. And I don't know what's keeping Atkinson up. What in the world is keeping him on this track other than just pure desire? Ooh, Gamble just kicked him in the back of the head.
Get him, Posse. He's the defending champ. Do something. There you go.
Posse Shalene just knocked Gamble out of there. Now Robles is trying to stay on his feet. Oh, a 360-degree spin. Ooh, the Big Nasty puts his mark on this race. 4 skaters are left. There's the chili powder from Robles into Big Nasty's eyes. That might get another one out. No.
The way bodies fall on top of other bodies and trip over them, again, that leads me to believe this is all real. I mean, look at that. He just fell right on that guy's head. I mean, you would think if this was all completely planned, not to mention that cameraman getting wiped out earlier. Did you guys see that? The cameraman got totally taken out. It was, where was it? The cameraman got completely taken out. Was it? It wasn't here, was it? No. It was the next guy that got thrown out. He took the camera guy with him. Here. He took the camera guy with him. I mean, come on. Who thinks this is all fake? I don't know. I don't know.
see Shalene just knock Gamble out of there. Now Robles is trying to stay on his feet. Oh, a 360-degree spin. Ooh, the Big Nasty puts his mark on this race. 4 skaters are left. There's the chili powder from Robles into Big Nasty's eyes. That might get another one out. No, they're going to get Posse out. Yes.
Oh, Posse's gone.
Posse's gone. Here comes D'Amato. That leaves Washington, D'Amato, Robles, and Atkinson. D'Amato be the freshest of the skaters. He just came on the scene. He sizes up Atkinson. He gets some momentum going and takes him down. And look, Atkinson grabs his knee. Mark Webber enters the fray. And Webber knocks Atkinson down. How much punishment can he take? Meanwhile, they're ganging up on Robles, who's hanging on like he's about to be thrown overboard on a ship. Can he do it? No.
There goes Robles.
No! Webber! About to be thrown overboard like he's about to be thrown over.
I mean, just look at the optics here. You got a guy hanging on for dear life. He got his rollerblades taken off. You got another guy about to get suplexed.
Can he do it? No!
There goes
No! Webber! Just put D'Amato higher in the air than he's ever been. And threw him down. Now Mo Sanders enters. Everybody who's going to be here is here. And there are 5 left, if you count. Everybody who's going to be here is here. And there are 5 left, if you count Atkinson, who doesn't know what planet he's on right now.
Attack is in some trouble. Webber will throw him out.
Again, the chair again, that's twice. D'Amato skates over to him. Oh, Webber, look out!
Right in front of us.
He almost landed on the table.
Holy cow.
Webber's out, though. They've grabbed Atkinson. The 2 enforcers have grabbed Atkinson. They're trying to lift him off the track.
They can't get him. Look at him.
He's hanging on. Here comes Sanders, who knocks Atkinson down. And Washington went after Mo, but didn't get him. Now he's going to chase Sanders through the infield. The big black cat's on the little gray mouse. I'm going to chase you all around this house and throw you out. There he goes. Sanders is out.
How about that teamwork, Justin?
Goes. Big black cat's on the little gray mouse. I'm going to chase you all around this house and throw you out. There he goes. Sanders is out.
How about that teamwork, Justin?
D'Amato, Washington, Atkinson, just 3 left in the men's demolition derby. And Sean, who's groggy and almost unconscious, trying to fight back.
He's been out here since the start, Rory.
Look out!
Since the start, Rory.
Look out! And Sean, who's groggy and almost unconscious, trying to fight back.
He's been out here since the start, Rory.
Look out!
He didn't even try to put his hands up. I mean, the helmet's not even covering the entire front of his face. Like, his entire nose is getting caved in. Like, he really looks like he's semi-conscious from all those slams and whatever. I mean, you would think there'd be some kind of a reflex to just bring your arms up in some way. I mean... And look at the velocity the guy's throwing the trash. He didn't even try to pull the trash can. Like, if you watch pro wrestling, you could see them pull back when they're hitting with a trash can or a chair. A lot of times you can actually see them pull it back right before impact. If you watch it in super slow motion. Here, they're going, this is full send. Full send. And it's not like he even brought it over the top of the helmet. He's bringing it straight into his face, the part that the helmet doesn't cover. I mean, wow. Yeah, I would like to know if the chili powder is actually chili powder. I'm sure that doesn't feel good regardless of what it is, but it would be hilarious if that was actually really chili powder. But that's kind of, that's ingenuitive. Like, in pro wrestling, I mean, they did have dust of some kind. I don't know if they actually used chili, like hot chili powder, because that would burn.
He's on his back, but he still hasn't gone over the rail. The Big Nasty is somewhat exhausted, I think. Here comes D'Amato with another trash can lid. They're going to try to put the finishing touch. Oh, Nasty! He hit his own teammate.
Okay, here's the thing. If it's planned or not, you're going to have some kind of a reflex to try to protect yourself, even if it's planned.
Here comes D'Amato with another trash can lid. They're going to try to put the finish.
Again, that's like the front of the face, the part that the helmet doesn't cover. The other... Oh, wow.
If Atkinson has any strength left, maybe he can get him over the rail. Get him back! Throws the helmet off and hip checks the Big Nasty down. Turns around and goes the other way. Hip checks D'Amato down. Gets up and goes the other way. Knocks Washington down and over the trash cans.
Obviously, the Hack Attack got a second win, Rory.
A third win, a fourth win, and I don't know how he's doing it. D'Amato and Washington go after him. They cut across the infield, and he puts one over and then the other. The Hack Attack won it. From almost unconscious to victorious. And even Slopey, who got eliminated early, has to go over and give his teammate a hug.
Unbelievable the endurance the Hack Attack had tonight. And still he has more.
He's over the rail of his own accord to go out there and give D'Amato another shot. And then grab him.
Chili powder, trash cans, pounds, 300 pounds of force. You're incredible.
No, I'm not incredible. The only reason the Hack Attack got going is because these people in this house, oh, Daddy!
Son, what does it feel like to be one of the first guys in? You know everyone's gunning at you because you're the Hack Attack, but it was unbelievable. I mean, you were blinded, hit over the head with trash cans. How are you feeling right now? How you can even stand is amazing.
This is one of the greatest moments in my life, my skating life. Let me tell you, I had a great help with Posse Chalet, Eric Slopey, and all the California Quake Spirit. Oh, Daddy!
Well, Sean Atkinson, the winner of the 14-man last man standing demolition derby, and he deserved it. Woo! Start to finish. Back to you, Rory and Mark.
He sure did deserve it, and the only thing I wish he had done is throw you over the rail, Danny. I'd love to have seen that. Involving women. Was in my one-bedroom apartment a few years ago. It wasn't a very pleasant memory. We're going to have another one, though. Here's Broadway Danny Wolf.
All right, thank you. And here we go with the big women's demolition derby. We got two girls who will start on the line. Jamie Conomack of the Quakes, Amy Craig of the Illinois Riot, and then every 20 seconds, a new woman will come down the ramp and enter into the demolition derby. There are 9 women total entered in this event. The only way to be eliminated is if you're in the infield for 3 seconds, you're out, or over the top rail onto the ground, you're also out. Also, the winner is the last woman standing. Good luck, girls. This is going to be awesome.
That's difficult on Craig and Conomack, I think, because if they're going to win it, they're going to have to remain out there for the duration.
Take your mark. Go!
And we'll watch every 20 seconds for somebody to come out of that ramp.
And I think that's why they stuck them out there first, because they have the most endurance to win the WSL.
Amy Craig and Jamie Conmack, the defending champion in this event, is Denise Loden. Last year, she won it. Now remember, 3 seconds in the infield or over the railing. Conmack's kind of laughing at Craig, and Amy Craig is mocking her. Now you see the box, and out comes.
Okay, now he just said something different. He says if you're in the infield for 3 seconds, you're out. So that means you could be completely on it in the infield for 3 whole seconds, or for 2.9 seconds. As long as you get back on the track by the 3rd second, you're good. But if it's 3 or more seconds, you're out. I wonder if was that the same for the first one? Because that might explain it, I guess. I don't know.
Laura Weintraub. So now there are 3 women, 3 of the 9 on the track. 2 Riot members. I wonder if they'll gang up on Conmack. It looks like they might have that in mind.
All they have to do is throw her over the rail or put her in the infield for 3 seconds.
They're favoring the rail at the moment. They pin her up there, but let her go. Now, onto the track comes Conmack's teammate, Stacy Blitch. Amy Craig just saw Blitch and let Conmack go. And Conmack skates right on by as Blitch does the damage.
This is Demolition Derby.
So far, nobody's been eliminated. It's not going to be easy, I'll tell you that. Every 20 seconds, somebody else is going to come out and get on that track. And here comes Jennifer Matthews now. So now we have 5 women on the track, all trying to knock each other over the rail or into the infield for a duration of 3 seconds.
You know what? It's who you can make alliances with out there. That might be the factor.
Oh, they almost got her. They did get her. Amy Craig's out. Amy Craig is the first eliminated. One of the best skaters went out early. Lindsey Francis comes in now. Oh, they just threw Conmack down that ramp, so she's out. 2 of the 9 have been eliminated, and there are 4 on the track at the moment. 3 more to come. Francis and Matthews were tangled up there for a moment. The speed is picked up, at least for the time being. Here comes Denise Loden, the defending champion, is out there to regain her turf. One more is about to go out. It's Weintraub. Weintraub's out. 3 have been eliminated. Blitch and Francis are trying to push each other through that opening in the rail, but it didn't happen.
And you know what? None of these girls like each other out there either. Oh, no, Roy.
Look out. Here comes the Hellcat. Look out now. The Hellcat goes right over to Jennifer Matthews and starts working her over, but she let her go. 5 skaters on the track. 3 have been eliminated. There's 1 left who has not emerged yet. Jennifer Matthews is in a battle with the Hellcat, and here comes that last skater, Shea Brown. So now you've got them all out there. Oh, and Stacy Blitch goes flying. She's gone.
2.
That leaves Loden and Francis.
3 seconds. 1.
Along with Matthews and Shea Brown. The Hellcat just grabbed the trash can lid, and she puts Lindsey Francis in it.
Lindsey Francis?
That's no way to treat her teammate.
What is she thinking?
Loden pulls her off the track. They're going to put her over the rail just to be sure. Out goes Lindsey.
Francis out.
You talk
out goes be sure. Out goes be sure. Out goes out goes.
I mean, that's a good way to get whiplash. Look at the way her body convulses.
Francis out.
You talk about winning it all.
Was that like an involuntary spasm? Oh man, this is so brutal.
She's going out.
No, the defending champ's gone.
Shea Brown and Jennifer Matthews having to go against one another right now. Brown's trying to take Matthews out and leading her into the Hellcat.
Matthews out!
Shea Brown just used
see that, Justin? The Hellcat and Shea become friends out there for a second?
Not much longer than a second. Are they both going to go? Oh, the Hellcat won it. Winner! Talisa Miller wins the Demolition Derby 2001.
How about
Won it. Winner! Talisa Miller wins the Demolition Derby 2001.
how about the alliances that were formed out there just to win this?
It happens within seconds, and then it dissolves within seconds. And the Hellcat is the champion of the Women's Demolition Derby. That kind of figured, I think, because she's probably the toughest skater of them all. And when it comes to putting somebody over the rail, she can do it. Be careful, Broadway.
Well, Talisa Miller, the Hellcat, you did it last year in this race. You finished second to Denise Loden. This year, well, with the help of your friend, the Trash Can, you eliminated her and won the Demolition Derby.
That's right. I made my mark. All these bimbos need a ladder to get up to my level. I'm not the warrior princess. I'm not a Malibu Barbie. I'm not a gold girl, and I'm definitely not a pussycat. I'm the Hellcat. Because when I'm on the track, I kick ass and take names later. That's why I'm the champ.
Congratulations, Talisa.
That's not it. I'm not done.
Oh!
That's why I'm the champ.
Congratulations, Talisa.
That's not it. I'm not done.
Oh!
Back to you, Roy and Mark.
All right.
I am not sure I've seen that before. Does anybody that watches WWF, have they ever seen that? Somebody took the mic from the interviewer and hit the person in the head with said mic. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, man. Okay, so now let's get to the grand finale, the table race.
Demolition Derby 2001 rocks on from Rollerjam Arena. The table race is next. What's that, you say? Broadway Danny Wolf and Mo Sanders have the answer.
Well, we promised you a lot of firsts in bank track history, and this table race is definitely one of them. We've never seen this in the history of the sport. It's a virtual steeplechase on wheels. 6 skaters going 4 laps. The first one to the finish line after 4 laps wins, but there's 2 tables on the track, one behind us at the starting line, one directly across, and these skaters can go over the tables, under the tables. Well, some of them may end up through the tables, Mo.
Damn right. Some of these guys might end up through there. I'm telling you guys now, I'm taking this title over these tables, and these guys will go through these tables by the time this race is over. And I might have to go over, I might have to go under, I could go around, but no matter what, everything goes through Mo Sanders.
Well, I hope you don't go through the table, Mo. Good luck. Back to you, Roy.
Thanks, Danny. Let's take a look at that starting line and identify the skaters in this table race. First off, right there up against the rail is Jason McDaniel of the Hot Dice. Next to him is Brian Gamble of the Illinois Riot. And right next to him is his teammate Mo Sanders. The Riot have 3 in this race. Ray Robles is in there as well in this table race. It's going to take somebody with speed and toughness. There's Travis Wills. He's got them both. And so does Mark Webber. That's the field. 6 of the best skaters in the league. 4 laps. And they start the first one. Whoever leads at the end of 4 laps is the winner. Robles and Gamble both go under, and the other 4 all go over. Gamble and Robles turn around, right back into that the table and knocked it down. That leaves a lot of skaters flying and all trying to pick themselves up. One lap is in the books. They're trying to throw Travis Wills over the rail, and they've done that. Meanwhile, the fighting right in front of us goes on with the Dice teammates ganging up on Sanders, but Robles and Gamble come in. Now it's all Dice against Ryan at the moment. Weber skates away. Sanders does too. So does Brian Gamble. And all three of them leap the table. Tremendous dexterity.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that this is pretty hard to do. I mean, hurdles on rollerblades? I mean, what? What?
Those skates. 2 laps are complete. They do it again. And they knock down McDaniel and Robles.
And you never get a moment to breathe. Every time you get hit, there's a table coming up.
Weber gets punched up against the rail. Gamble goes over the table. 1 lap to go, and Gamble has the lead. Brian Gamble's out there in front, but it's not the smartest thing to do. He stood there and waited, and they throw him down and crash that table. Weber and Sanders go on. 1 table, 1 finish line left. One of these 2 guys is going to win it. Sanders gets picked up and thrown right through the table, and Mark Weber wins the table race.
How about that? He won that, not just with his speed, but Roy, we talked.
Yeah, that was pretty unique. Just kind of sideways through it instead of the way that pro wrestlers do it. Still pretty vicious, planned or not. I mean, this is pretty vicious. The way they whipped him through that for the back of his head to bounce off the track. I mean, if he wasn't wearing a helmet, I mean, that's game over. I mean, even with the helmet, like the whiplash and... Oh, man. He does not look in good shape there. Oh, man. He looks hurt pretty bad. The way that he kind of turns him and brings him, like, sort of face first, sort of sideways, I mean... Oh, man. Oh, man. This is crazy.
The strength that Weber has really came out in this match.
Boy, you're not kidding. What a win for Mark Weber. His hair standing on end once again. That's what happens when you spend the night with Ann Calvello. But we won't even discuss that as Weber celebrates his win in the table race.
Celebrate, guys.
Broadway, Danny Wolf, take it away.
Well, Mark Weber, congratulations. I think if there was ever a match race made for you, it was definitely the table race. How was it out there?
It was easy, man. Look who I was skating against. My only competition was Jason, who was on my team.
How did it feel also? We saw Brian Gamble go through the table the first time. We saw what you did to Mo at the end. Tremendous effort on your behalf. What do you call that move where you put Mo through the table?
Table break, Mo Sanders' head. Easy enough.
All right, well, congratulations. Outstanding effort. The first ever winner of the table race, Mark Weber of the Hot Dice.
Is it just me, or does that sound like a non-rehearsed speech? Like, you would think he'd come up with some kind of cool name or something. I don't know. Oh, man, just absolute madness here. Absolute madness in what is, possibly, the greatest sport of all time. Lord Zed says this guy rules. Oh, man, this is just so crazy. I mean, there's actually even more. Yeah, I found a bunch of actual games as well as more crazy clips, but it's so insane how this isn't more well known. Like, let's say ECW. So even non-pro wrestling fans kind of know about ECW and how crazy it was with, like, the barbed wire and all that. or at least people that are generally familiar with sports entertainment, like pro wrestling, X Games, whatever, they kind of sort of know a little bit about ECW, but nobody really seems to know about Rollerjam. And it's so much crazier. I mean, it's just so wild. But that's it for now. We'll be back with plenty more episodes. This might turn into the longest running series, possibly. I mean, there's just so much to cover here. And it's just so absolutely bonkers. Just the level of athleticism. The level of just sheer insanity and ruthlessness. Viciousness. Violence. I've never seen anything like this before. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. You want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share it. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.